I'm amazing. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Oh, was that a triple collapse? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh! What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Anything. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Yo, I actually unmuted myself. Wow. I'm proud of myself for that. What's up? Wait. I'm so prepared. Okay. Oh, it feels a bit laggy. Is it good? Oh, it's good. It's good. Nice, nice drawing, bro. I like it. I like the bushy brows. It's spot on. As someone with bushy brows, I can say it's good. To Tomorrow's the last day of week before basically weekend. True, because of Veterans Week, right? And then you got Friday off. That's crazy. I know my brother has Thursday off, and then Friday parent-teacher conference, so it's like half a day. Kind of similar. Kind of similar. What did I want to do? I have to change the background. I don't know what the Gyarados bridge is gonna look like. Let me keep it water, actually. I'm just gonna train everyone up to level 50. Yeah, are you excited? What are you gonna do? Well, I guess you are gonna... Aren't you going on the trip on Friday? Alright. If we have a bunch of pharaohs, then he'll go up quickly. Hello, Shadow. Ooh, that worked out well too. Gengar's not. Keniska. Oh my god, Rayquaza is a bit scary. This is such a dumb way to train. It's an arcade. I found one place to go where I'm going. Nice. Do you know if it's gonna have like old style games or like, you know, or new style games? I don't know. Oh my god, bro. Jesus Christ. This, you know what? No, we're not training here. It's like I'm about to die every 5 seconds. Rather train here. That's a better level. Those are also kind of high level Pokemon though. Not really, haven't been there before. Oh, okay. Well, that's even more exciting, I guess, because it's someplace new, you know? Hey, what's up, Cashew? I'd use these rewards and I'm saving up for God Monkey. They're pretty cool. That's all I'm gonna say. You might see someone else use them, so. A Dragonite? Oh, memories of Psy. Oh. Okay. Well, Icicle actually... I didn't even see a Dragonite here before. Icicle should do a lot here. How close are you to God Monkey? Hey, Nathan. You've been here the whole time? Oh. What's up? Oh, I'm not ready for your birthday, bro. I can't do 50 push-ups. Bro, I tried. I did 40 push-ups today, and I was dead. But yeah, I'm gonna try my best. Hotel has free drinks at like 5 p.m. Oh, nice. Yeah, but you're not of age, Mac. You can't drink. Unless you can drink. Surprise. Well, I should have caught that Pokemon. I'd had leftovers. I just catch it, put leftovers on someone else. 50 push-ups and 50... Hey, I'm not doing no 50 jelly beans. What are you talking about? No 50 jelly beans. I have to find the volleyball thing, though. They have a soda bar. Hey. Soda's not good for you, bro. I mean, that's pretty cool. I'm not a fan of soda, but that's pretty cool. Quiero puntas. What's up, doctor? Is that why you come in for 5 seconds and then you don't talk for the rest of the stream? Because you're just here for the points and then you leave? Is that what you do, doctor? Is that what you do? You don't like chilling anymore? I mean, what's up? I'm gonna splurge on soda. You might end up splurging on the arcade though. You know? Because it might be even better. Little darling now. This is a good song. Hey, Icicle Crash is not missing. And it missed. The second I say it, missed. Level 50, let's go. Okay, well now we just need Tofu to catch up. Been waiting so long. I'll be where I'm going. In the sunshine of your love. Pog. So you're gonna do all 100? No! We never agreed on 50 jelly beans. You crazy, bro. Read the chat that we had. The breakfast is mad good. Oh, nice. I'm watching something else just popping in. No worries. Thanks for popping in.
How do you know the breakfast is good though? Omelets be bussin' from there. Promise of doing 150 push-ups next year. True. I don't know why it adds another quote. Like, I don't know why it put... I need to fix that. It's really annoying. Quotes. Quotes work weird. I don't even know how to write a reminder for that. I've been to the hotel we're going to a lot. The Embassy Suites. Jesus. Rich man over here. I'm bending my love. It's the morning of just week 2. Oh, come on, rock climb. Oh, yeah, rock climb's a normal move. It's so dumb, but... Yes, give me more ice creams to verse. They give a lot of XP, and they're ice cream. Which are super effective. Oh... I've been waiting so long. I can't tell if you are doing the other 50 when you stop streaming. No, I'm gonna... I said I'll do the other 50 tomorrow. Like the day after. So, yeah. The sunshine of love. This is an old song before any of you were born. And I know that for a fact. Because it was before I was born. And you're all younger than me. Except, I don't know if that's true. I think, yeah. That song, that original song. This song also was made years ago. Last time I was there, I got drunk off of Sprite. How do you get drunk off of Sprite? I wonder if that's actually a thing. Well, they used to put like cocaine or crack or something, one of those, in what they used to put it in? They used to put it in something. In Coca-Cola, right? So, you know, you never know. You might get that, I don't know. What's in Sprite? I'm assuming Sprite just has Sprite in it. I don't know. I don't know what Sprite is made out of. It's running round. Butterflies and zebras and movies. I'm going back because I'm running low on PP. Drink one too many cups. PP, you're old as we're at the Battle of Megiddo? What? What's the Battle of Megiddo? I've never heard of that in my life. Megiddo sounds like Guido, which I've heard is a slur. So, nice. Coke. Yeah, Coke is the one that used to have crack, right? Crack or... You know what? I'm just gonna look it up. Coke. Crack. Did Coke have... Oh, wait, it's lit. I'm an idiot. It's literally cocaine. Coke. Wait, it's cocaine, right? Battle of Megiddo? Battle of Megiddo. Is this like a porn thing or something?
I'm so sad. People hate on us monkeys. We have such sad lives. And I can't deal with it anymore. Help me out, guys, please.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very
Wasn't that
bad.
beautiful? I don't know if it worked. Because the stream on my side looks like freaking 2 minutes behind for some reason. The connection says, like, excellent. But doesn't look excellent. You guys like that? It's a new alert I added yesterday. Look up the battle? Yeah, I was looking it up, and then the monkey thing came up, so I got distracted. Was fought between Egyptian forces under the command of Pharaoh Tutmosis III. Okay. That's such a random thing. Never heard of it, though. Well, you guys won't hear some of this. Just hacked PP's Wi-Fi. You did hack my Wi-Fi, but now it's all good. Thanks for recovering it. Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that cool? Oh, I'm so annoyed that the stupid stream preview is it's like slow. Alright. I think I reloaded it. Hey, yeah, now it's good. It was the first war, actually. Boo, why are you booing? Oh, because my internet's back up. I actually, it looks like... Okay. Yeah. I have to set up the browser every time. That's... One moment, please. So it looks like... Okay. That it was the first battle... or something. The first battle to have been recorded and what is accepted as relatively reliable detail. That's pretty cool. It wasn't the first battle. But that's still pretty cool. Yes, that's why. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm back. Oh, Grumpig's going down. I want to do something cool, but I don't know what. Any ideas, guys? What a description. I wonder if flamethrower will just kill. Oh, it does. I don't need to use rock climb. You hate TikTok? I don't hate it. It's very... Yeah, maybe I do. Hate is a strong word. It's very cringe-worthy, okay? A lot of it is not so pleasurable to watch. I guess. Like, yeah. I don't know, it's cringe. A lot of it's cringe. I mean, I'm cringe, but I don't watch me, so I don't need to deal with my cringe. I'm so funny. Almost level 50. Oh my god, he actually is almost level 50 already. You taking a bath and watching? That's kind of sus, but cool. Then again, I poop and watch streams sometimes. It's probably a little weird too. But no one knows I'm pooping. I mean, I know that I'm pooping. Maybe my mom knows that I'm pooping, but that's all. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Okay. What did I want to do? We have all level 50s, which is freaking awesome. Now we gotta make progress and push Gyarados bridge, because we don't have access. They don't give us access to everything else right now. I'm so tired today. I don't know why. You know when you don't do much in a day and you feel tired because you didn't do much? That's how I feel right now. Okay. Hey. Let's hear the music in this game. Okay. I want to hear if it sounds cool. Hey. Hey. This actually does sound cool. Okay, this music is just normal, so we're gonna go back to the music. Y'all do NNN, I do NBN. No bath November? Wait, so why are you taking a bath right now? I'm so confused. Hey, Tofu coming in clutch. Mawile. Oh my god, Mawile dies to Tofu also. Let's go! You're almost as cool as my bike. I'm cooler than your bike, you fascist. This is a cool bridge, though. Hey, oh. Aren't you glad my vigilant protesting brought the Meteor Festival back? No, I brought the Meteor Festival back. So stupid, bro. It's so windy up here. That'll make this intense. I do no break Haname. That doesn't even make sense. 9 bitches November. 99 bitches November. Oh wait, I can't make those types of jokes. I thought Seal was a seal. Oh, he just used a water move too. I got so lucky. I could have screwed that up. All right, let's go Aladdin 2. Nah, I already I already ruined No Nut November for myself. Sun's out. What are you guys gonna do for Dicks Out December? I don't know. Anger, protest. Those trans have a knack for sticking in your head. What? This is so weird. Why am I not hooking anything? Is my rod broken? Why are you versing me if you're... I don't understand. Oh my god, he batoned past. This guy's actually strong. And he's dead. Never mind. Here I am! Oh, hell yeah. Is my line even reaching the water? It's a big bridge. Yo, what's up? You interrupted my regiment. Bitches be making fun of my weight like before I make fun of your love life. Do I have an aw button? Like, I used to have a John Cena button. Yeah, well, now I don't. So we're just, yeah. Yeah, we just go with the awes instead. I think flamethrower is enough here. Diano is like a dinosaur guy. So we're just gonna ice him. Because dragons die from ice, apparently. Actually, that makes sense. Oh my god, we made it to the next town. Yo, we actually made it to this town. It's been so long. You've got a rep. Do you know the professor? He was famous. Himself, a guy named Herschel, and Ansel's gym leader. Oh, this is so cool. Wait, how do I get access to that? What the hell? Yo, Ass probably got 6 boyfriends who are all cheating. Shit! At least they got 6 boyfriends, though. That's a lot of boyfriends, bro. What I would kill to have 6 boyfriends. PP, guess what? Chicken butt. What? What do you want me to guess? There should be a magnet train connecting this side of Orbitus with the east. This guy just gave me 500 coins. What a loser. Let's change the background. There's like no training for this area though, which is so weird to me because we have access to the gym leader now. There's so many houses though, a lot to look into. I can tell by looking at you, you're from Salanto. Aw, my fashion. I have fashion, guys. Do you guys think I have fashion? I don't have fashion. Have you ever gone underwater? Yes, yes, yes. I'm dating my best friend's friend? Damn, that's kind of messed up, bro. A guy girlfriend likes me, and that makes 6... Wait, a guy's girlfriend likes you? The hell? That's weird. I guess, like, what does girlfriend and boyfriend even mean in high school? Well, I guess it could mean something in high school. My brother joined that new thing. He reckons that modernity has taken us too far from our roots. Rock like a hurricane. Wow, we don't need any hype. You know what? Let's buy hyper potions. You can never have too many hyper potions. You're dating your best friend? How's that going? Yeah? Jesus, that's weird. They've been together for 4 years? The hell? It's a messed up girlfriend, bro. Unless she has an open relationship. Should I spend more money on full healers or just burn heal? Oh my god, why are you asking me? Jesus. Did I? Oh yeah, I already went through all these houses. We talked to that guy. Roar! Ugh. He gave me a roar. I don't want roar. Get out of my face. Alright, before we check out the... What the heck? Before we check out other stuff, let's talk to everyone. I used to take walks through the fields. Now I'm old. Okay. Relationship destroyer. I don't like her. Damn. I don't like her too, bro. Why would you like her? She just cheats on her boyfriend like it's nothing. Oh, she's not cheating on him, but... She could. Which means... She could cheat on you. But I know you're not, like, into that type of stuff, right, Nathan? So... Alright, what... These cities are so large and not large at the same time. Our home may seem humble, but the cost is through the roof. So why do you live here? All the homes look the same. My husband says it doesn't feel like home living here. I keep telling him that so long as we're together, we're home. So corny, bro. Corny but true. Have you tried changing the wallpaper of your boxes? No, I'm not a loser. Yeah, I already talked to you. Okay, what else do we have access to here? Are you doing anything special for your birthday, Nathan? If you could hop on a boat and go anywhere, where would you choose? Yes. What the hell? No. What kind of... What is this game? My character is, like, stupid. Oh, this is why. I was, like, wondering how we get access to that. And all it is berry juice. I don't want no juice. Oh! We could catch another Pokemon here. Over Island. It's on the other side. You'd have to leave, but you need a ticket. Okay. What foreign food do you want to try the most? Nothing. I'm actually fine with the food I eat. You have everything in New York, so... The farmers export their... What is this? The cold storage. What does that mean? There's just cold stuff in here? Asperberry. I love how people are just like have Pokemon with them for no reason. Groudon? Groudon these nuts. I don't know. Let's just surf you. Oh. It's scary just taking damage from a freaking... I love how he has... Did my voice just crack? I love how he has a freaking Groudon, then he has Snivy. It's like, bruh. It's literally like a bruh. Bruh. Ooh. It's kind of cool that they have like storage areas as places to train. I think this guy has muddy water. I don't know why I always confuse him with other guys. Okay, Swinub is just a Swinub, so we're gonna surf him. Oh no. Look, kid, I don't know what's going on. I'm just here for the paycheck. What the hell? Is there something going on here? There isn't anything shady going on in here? What? I'm sweating because of the heat. That was actually kind of funny. Ooh la la. So this is a shady stuff. And I'm assuming I don't have access to the gym. This game is like so unoriginal. They just have the same type of things in there. I can't tell you what's going on. He said my paycheck depended on it. Jesus, this game is so crazy. The machine behind me needs a key to be switched out. Without a key, it won't be. Ah, they block it off. Interesting. There's some bad guys here. Interesting. Okay, before we find it even more interesting, we gotta catch the Pokemon, okay? We gotta heal up, because Jesus, we took a lot of damage there. Ugh. Also, we might have access to the gym early on. You know what? What if we actually have access to the... We have access to the gym? What the hell? That actually surprised me. Okay. We could catch a few Pokemon first, though. Let's go here to Luma Fields. Alright, new Pokemon, baby. Luma Fields. Luamus Fields. Let's see what we're catching. New Pokemon. What is it? A Blaziken? Oh my god. Why are there so many fire starters? We don't need you. But. Chicken butt. Let's do some damage and try to catch you. Because you never know when you'll need a Blaziken. Oh yeah, we have Master Balls. We'll keep them for now. Okay, can you get caught in the Ultra Ball, please? Bro, get caught in the Ultra Ball. Bro! You're gonna kill my boy. What are you doing? Bro, are you serious? Let's go! First try. What are we naming Blaziken? What do you want? What do y'all want to name him? Tic-Tuk? You want to name him Tic-Tuk? You know what? You know freaking what? We're not naming him Tic-Tuk. I'll listen for your guys' ideas. If you guys have ideas that you want to share while I watch this TikTok.
Mountain Dew!
That was kind of funny. KFC? What? I guess we're naming him KFC. I have no idea why, but let's go. Oh, because he's a chicken. That's a good name. Good decision. You made time for KFC? Nice. We would have gotten Pump Kaboo otherwise. Thank God we didn't get that loser Pokemon. Halloween passed. And I did nothing special for it because F Halloween. Oh, we didn't go into this building yet. I'm from Lumumstown. My whole family are farmers. Welcome to the Stipata. The offices have so many amenities. Alright. Jesus, so many floors. You don't have staircases? What if there's a fire? Did you catch the game last night? Is he talking to himself? Employees must not loiter at the that's funny. This is a funny one. Jesus, this is so... I swear all those guys do is stand at the water cooler. I'm the only one doing work. Women's rights. Or something. I don't know. I think that's what they were trying to go with here. Oh, no. What is this? What a boring company. What? Thanks the god of luck. Why? Why should I thank the god of luck? Ooh, water cooler. A security breach stings when your company sells security software. I don't like to think of it. That's why I'm on my lunch break. Yo, this is actually whoever made this is funny. We won't get breached. There's nothing here. The cyber attack ruined my hard disk. You might as well take it. Dubious disk. Sell it for scrap. I don't care. Wait, what? What did he give me? Its producers unknown. Okay. We recently got comprised. I'm the head of security. Okay. I thought they said they were upping security, then some kid just waltzed in. True! They literally just let me in. They're like, you're free to check out this whole area. Because the god of luck did not give you a Halloween Pokemon? Oh yeah, true. True! Good point. Bro, they keep baiting me. Whoa, I'm a dastardly criminal. I take decade-old video games that this company produces. I try... Hey, that's the creator. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh my god. Oh, that is funny, bro. This is funny. Check out Fiasco Fin on SoundCloud. You know what? Let's do it. Let's frickin' do it, bro. What did you say? What? I'm the musician. Fiasco Fin. Right, this better be amazing music. Fiasco Fin. Alright. Okay, let's listen to let's listen to Fiasco. Hey. He made the music for the game. 60,000 views. That's actually mad cool. Hey, he should be on Spotify. This sounds nice. Let's keep this on for now. Alright, let's see what's here. I'm Sinjo. I work on the art. Come fight me after you've taken down. Hey. Your music's kind of loud. And I have no idea how to lower it on SoundCloud. So, yeah, that's it for your music. I'm the graphic artist. Follow Alright, bro. Alright, they just want me to follow them all. There's a memo. We must crack down on the free fan-made content out there. They're bleeding us dry with their carefully crafted labors of love. Game Freak headquarters. This is actually funny, bro. I like this. This is a funny thing to add in the game. Very good. The capture code. We deal with balls. I just stole your nugget, bro. What did you expect? Of course it's empty. What? No, I just stole your nugget. What do you mean it's empty? Our company imports balls from the factory in Kalos. Then we redistribute it. As a cleric, I also have surplus of repeat balls. Want to change your tofu's ball to a repeat ball? No. I can't even give them away. Revival herb. Oh, something in a trash can, actually. Okay. That was kind of worth it. Revival herb is pretty useless, though, for us. But that was worth the memes. I should talk to these peeps. Rumor has it all the big bosses and the new elders meet here. What the hell? I know exactly where they meet. They're literally in that building. Whatever. So we caught a Pokemon here, but we didn't catch one here yet, which is at Sail City. Ooh, what are we gonna get? Ew, I don't want no Quagsire. I think this is oh, this is considered Atsail Bay. Wait, where did we catch it? In the bay? We saw it in the bay, right? So we have to see what we get in the city. A Curlia! Yo! Oh, we already tried to catch Pokemon at Atsail Bay, apparently. Curlia is actually good. Oh my god, a quick attack almost killed it. Okay, we could catch it now. Now the question of the century. Do we replace someone for Curlia? The second question of the century. What do we name Curlia? We're gonna name you... Leah. Because I'm so original. I don't know. What do we gain access to here? Looks like not much, unless... Oh, I can't dive right now. Okay, so it looks like at Sail Bay, we do gain access to some cool stuff, possibly. Na na na. Ooh, oh wait, I'm stupid. We need waterfall. I guess we gain to that cave. We might have access to that cave. And then Prismos Islands, we already went, like, that way. Wait, what's north? North is Lomas Town. Okay. I think we're gonna explore. Let's go get Dive. I kind of want to use Leah, too. But then we would have to take out Tofu. Tofu's freaking level 51. Curlia is actually useful, though, when it evolves. Wait, how would it evolve in this game? Curlia evolution. Also, what are its... Why am I voice cracking so much? What are its stats? Curlia. Okay. So Curlia, Psychic Fairy. Stats suck. At level 30, using a Dawnstone. Possibly using something else that'll evolve to Gallade. Gallade has insane attack. Not the best HP or defense, though. And then we have Gardevoir, which has insane special attack. Which special attack obviously makes more sense for certain things. It's level 30, so it would evolve next level. Its special attack is B+ when I'm looking at it. We could get Mega Gardevoir too, which is pretty insane, possibly. It dies to Poison, Ghost, and Steel. How many guys would have died to Steel? Beartic dies to Steel. And that's it? Chestnut dies to like everything. Okay, let's see if Gardevoir is on the team. We got Special Attacker with Psychic and like great moves like that. And he would only die to Poison, Ghost, and Steel. You know what? I think we're gonna replace Tofu, unfortunately. Sorry, Tofu. Wherever you are. I really don't want to do this. But, I don't know. It makes more sense to have more type coverage. We don't really have anyone with Psychic moves on our team. Not like Psychic does that much. Oh, he has Psychic too, which is great. So yeah, let's just take your leftovers. I do love Typhlosion, though. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm supposed to give him it. There we go. Now we just gotta train leftover. We just gotta train Curly to level like 50. Jesus Christ. This will be our final team, though. I'm actually feeling pretty good with Ice because his physical attack is pretty high. So let's go to... Where are their level 20s? Balloon Town? I don't even remember. What? Oh yeah, we've trained a lot here, but... Yeah, this is kind of okay levels to train against. Because he's gonna... Oh! He almost died! Jesus Christ! He's gonna evolve soon, I was gonna say. Jesus. Maybe this isn't the best place. Let's fly to Arios City. I think this place is better. Up here. They're pretty low Pokemon. Yeah, this is way too low. I mean, all we need is one level, because its stats suck now, but when it evolves, it gets better. We just spam Psychic. Okay, that might work. Alright, I'll look at your TikTok, okay? In a few hours. Wait, I have Drain Kiss, which shouldn't do much, actually. I wonder if I could teach her anything. Or him. Keep forgetting it's a him. Let's go to TM Case. U-Turn's a great move no one can learn. Steel Wing is a great... Nope. Steel Wing... I don't know. Steel Wing's a bit weird. Aerial Ace, Rock Tomb, Sludge Bomb. Can you learn anything? Nothing? Really? You can learn Thunderbolt. Yes! Well, actually, I have a Thunder move. And it's special. So this is actually works out really well. Do we take out Drain Kiss? Kiss that absorbs half of the damage it inflicted to restore HP. Or Heal Pulse. Healing the target by up to half. Yeah, we're not going to do Heal Pulse. We'll get rid of Heal Pulse. Okay, that's actually great. Aurora Beam we don't really need on it. We already have Ice for Ice moves. Shadow Claw it doesn't learn, even though almost every Pokemon here learns Shadow Claw. Toxic would be good. It already knows Calm Mind. I think that's good. Imagine it learns Fly. Okay, it doesn't learn Fly. Na 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 na. Kakashi. What this guy just makes videos like dancing in a dress thing? And that's Naruto. This is so stupid. Oh my god. So stupid. That's actually a good TikTok. TikToks are just vertical. They're made for phones. They need to make a version for desktop, you know, and for Storimas. Let's see how much Thunderbolt will do. Not much. To be fair, Psychic doesn't do much. We'll kill it with Thunderbolt. I wonder if it learns any good fairy moves. Right now, we don't really have good fairy type moves. Ooh, an actual different Pokemon. Actually, the perfect Pokemon to train against. Yes! Let me Thunderbolt you to death. Oh, perfect! Come on. Evolve! Yes, let's go! Let's go! Alright, evolve faster. There we go. Let's go. Okay, she's actually good now. We could possibly go back to train her in the other area now. But I like training where there's weak Pokemon. Also, I don't know if I've done this. Damn it, I don't have Rock Climb now. Because we don't have Tofu. I completely forgot about that. It's kind of crazy that, like, level 50 Pokemon and we're still not even, like, 6th gym, 7th gym. Like, this game is longer than I expected, to be honest. Bro, why is it so hard to kill? Well, I mean, Blissey has insane HP and I guess special defense. Alright, now we could... Feeling pretty good about this team. Well, when she gets better. When he gets better. So we're gonna train here now. Ooh, I don't want to versus Ghastly. It's actually not the best place to train. And Pidgey gives like no XP. Deoxys. Oh, he teleported, thank God. Okay. Paris is not good also, actually. We need to find Pokemon that are really low level. Or our tier 2 Guts, and we could just Thunderbolt it to death. Are you serious? It had Crunch. Deoxys, stupid! Let me... Oh, thank God. Bro, this is actually terrible. Let's go back to the other area. Oh my God. It's just Blissey is really annoying too. Because it takes a while to take it out. Oh, Sabalo Island. I think here there was like level 20s? 25. That's actually kind of high. We still have Cut too. Oh, that Elgin was there. I love how I remember the Pokemon in the area. Wait, this is our starter town. I'm trying to think what's the best area to go to train. Arcan Town? Yo. I wonder if any of them are... Okay. These guys are way too low level. I think we're just... I forgot that this literally links to this. Oh my God. Yeah, we'll just stick to this area for now. If we keep running into Duwats, we should level up fairly quickly. Ooh, Psychic did half damage. That's actually pretty good. As long as Blissey doesn't use Soft Boiled. Yeah, that works out. Actually leveling up kind of quickly. No, do more damage. Alright. We run out of Psychics so quickly like this, though. Yes, level 33. Graveler. Alright. That's a sign to go heal up because we only have 2 Psychics left. Actually, what Pokemon would pop up here? Ooh, a bear. Icy Wind just looks so scary, even though it's not. Okay, Ice doesn't really do much damage to us. Come on. It takes so long for Pokemon to pop up here, though. Okay, they... Oh, what? Wait, we need to gain... Oh, what the hell? Since when did you exist? I don't even remember this trainer here. Wait, we need to... How do you gain access to there? Wait, can you go around? Did I miss that, like, this whole time? There must be a place to dive here, and I just missed that. I love how there's, like, no Pokemon popping out either. Hey, there we go. These are kind of high-level Pokemon, too. There's, like, no place to get there. There must be, like, a dive somewhere else. We somehow find our way back to this place. Circle Throw makes it run away, I thought. Alright. Let's make our way back to where we would need to go. Because this area is a bit scary. Thunderbolt does not kill Axew. Why? Psychic. Oh, Lucario. Oh, we can't easily take out Lucario, though. I was thinking maybe... There's a cave here? Like, how do you gain access? How did I miss all this? I could have sworn I've, like, explored everything in this area. Oh, because this is from our hometown. So I never actually explored the seas in my hometown. Greppa Berry. Oh, that's literally it. Okay. There's nothing else here. Okay. I'm surprised I didn't explore it, though. I really thought I did. It is what it is. Pokemon here, actually, if I had Rock Smash, wouldn't be that low of a level, I think. It's kind of cool just exploring back here. Alright, let's go use this thingy. Let's see if there's any crazy Pokemon here. I feel like near the mountain, they're decent level-ish. Level 16. Hey, Mesprit gives a lot of XP. So if we run into more Mesprits, actually not bad. Should probably change the background, though. Ooh, a Hitmonlee. Yo, this is actually not bad to train here. They have, like, some crazy-ass... Why couldn't I get a Dragonair? Jesus. Honchkro's a bit scary, too. Because he's super effective against us. I forget that Leah's Fairy type, also. So Gardevoir actually dies to Poison, Ghost, and Steel. Doesn't die to Dark. I have to remember that. Poison, Ghost, and Steel. Let's go heal up. Poison. How do you remember that? Poison, kill. Poison and Steel kill Fairy, and then Ghost kills Psychic. Very weird. Oh, I'm pretty tired today though, so I don't know how long the stream will be for today. Gomen nasai, y'all. Let's kill Philomenion. Ooh, trying to learn Imprison. Nope. Don't need that move. Like, there's actually a lot of different Pokemon here, which is very weird to me. Like, way too many. Na, 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 na. Thankfully, we have our full team, though. I think we're going to carry this team till the end of the game. I've said this before, but as long as no one dies, this is going to be the final team, which is, you know, not bad at all. So that should be cool. Actually, a great team. Also, now we don't have 3 guys that died to Rock. Since we got rid of Tofu. So that's pretty cool. Ooh, I forgot to change it on the thing, though. Na, 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 na. So let me see. What number Pokemon was he? He was number 5. Nah. So we just gotta go to Gardevoir. Hey, there's Gardevoir. A bit too big. That's what she said, I guess. I don't know. Become smaller. Let's go. Look how beautiful he/she is. I say he/she because it's like a he, but it's also like a she. I mean, it's like a she, right? But then, like, we have it as a he. Oh, no, it is a he. Wait, it is a he. I'm stupid. You know how to get good leg muscles? Yes. I naturally have good leg muscles, okay? So, just be amazing naturally. That's how you get it. I love how Mew gives, like, no XP. Listen, I have pretty good leg muscles, okay? I've been biking since I was a kid, and I think that actually might be why I have good leg muscles. I don't know, though. I think it was better to train, and I keep changing, Jesus, but in the other place, Arrow City. We're getting more XP from the Pokemons over there. Na, 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 na. And I think Blissey should be easier. Oops, wrong move. Should be easier to take. Really? To take out now. Well, I guess not, but soon should be easy. Look how much XP Duat goes to. How do you get good leg muscles? Teach me. Teach me. I am the Padawan in this situation. Oh, we don't need the winter grass anymore. The winter background. Come on! Leah! Get to level 1 billion. Come on. Jesus, I just realized she's only at level... Oh, God. I'm using... She's only at level 36. I have to raise her to, like, level 1 billion. How many more places are there to catch Pokemon? I think we'll keep Gardevoir regardless, but I'm just kind of curious. We got Ignis Valley, Emerald Peak, Salento Town. Wait, I never caught a Pokemon in our own town? I don't think you can catch a Pokemon in our own town, though. Okay. Edishore Town? I guess you can't catch it, or I don't know. Nespine Town. There's a bunch of towns where we didn't catch Pokemon. Honestly, I don't feel like we need to catch that many Pokemon. We have a good team now. You become fat because you're carrying water with you all the time because you become the water itself. Nice. I'm I don't want to get like muscles like that though. I don't care about muscles, bro. Okay. All right. I do care about getting exercise though, which is why starting tomorrow, if my lazy ass isn't lazy, I'm gonna go back to level 37, the perfect number. I'm gonna go back to Uber Eats, to doing Uber Eats. Your hands on me. What's it? Oopsies. But yeah, today's just gonna be a chill stream. I don't know why I'm so tired. Well, I've said it before, but I think I'm tired because I didn't do much today. That's why I want to do Uber Eats tomorrow, to feel like, let's go energy. Oh, I forgot to put my face. Thank you. If you didn't say that, I don't think I would realize until like a year later. Psychic actually almost killed this time though. And now it like didn't. What the hell, Blissey? Blissey's stats are just crazy. Another TikTok? This better be good. Jesus. He's just healing whatever I'm hitting him with. Or her. She's just healing. What an annoying Pokemon. Like at level 40, we should surely be able to take out a level 20 in one hit. With Psychic. But I guess the special defense for Bliss... I wonder what special defense Blissey has, actually. Watch these two? I will eventually, okay? I know, you want me to watch all of them, okay? Duat feels nice to verse, though. I'm kind of curious what EVs he gives, though. What EVs do... Or not EVs, yeah, EV does Duat give? Okay, so Samurott gives HP, special attack, special defense. I don't really even understand exactly how EVs are given to Pokemon. But if that's true, then giving special attack is perfect for Gardevoir. He's gonna be a beast. Yeah. Why did I Thunderbolt? Are you serious? Wasting two of my Thunderbolts in a Psychic. On level friggin' 20. Okay, they don't give much XP. Once we get to level 40 possibly, we might go somewhere else. Especially if this stupid Blissey doesn't get one-shotted. Like, Jesus! I one-shot it like only once. What ability? Let's check out our abilities for a second. Copy special ability. Oh, we got Trace. We got Sandforce. Boosts move in a Sandstorm? I should have taught you Sandstorm then. I'm an idiot. Raises speed and rain. I didn't think. Ups evasion and hail. Ups grass moves in a pinch. Oh, that's cool. Trades HP for power and sunshine. I didn't realize Aladdin does that. No wonder. Freaking Aladdin's a beast, bro. Aladdin's probably the best one on our team. Why was there no background? I'm like off today, guys. I don't know if you guys could tell. I'm like off. I'm off my game. I'm like so like dumb. Like just a black background. Alright, one more level and then we can get out of here and train somewhere else. I wonder where it's good to train though. Like these if they were just like level 25s to train against, or like 30s that were easy to take out, that would be perfect. Everett. Palkia. Isn't he like part water or something? Oh, never mind. He died anyway. Every day. He is part water. Water dragon. It doesn't die to Thunderbolts because dragon is halved from water. I was right. Let's go. He Every time that I look in the mirror, all these lies and ways getting clearer. The past is gone in my... Okay, 2 psychics actually works pretty consistently now. And we get decent XP. We might actually stay here past level 40. No need for Future Sight. Future Sight could be useful, but nah. I know nobody knows. I watched TikTok after this song. This song's too good. Everybody says, oh, what a way. Let's get here. The good thing also is if Aladdin 2, God forbid, dies, we have Tofu as a backup. Like an almost level 6, like a level 50 guy. But then I don't know if the Elite Four is gonna have like level 80s at the pace that this game is going, or we're just gonna have access to everything really quickly. For Sage, you know that's on my backup playlist because you showed that song to me. Oops, I did not mean to do Calm Mind, but it worked out. Get back to you. Sing with me, sing for the years, sing for the laughter, sing for the tears. Sing with me if it's just for today. Maybe tomorrow the good life will turn away. What a beautiful song. You know everything. You're such a teenager. Just kidding. Just kidding. Bellissia, can you blissfully die? I don't even know what that means. Sing with me, sing for the years, sing. How are you still alive? You have Endure focus slot? F you. I'm just joking, bro. I'm tired. Okay. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on till your dream comes true. Dream on, a dream on, a dream. Oh, comes true. Dream on, dream on. You sleepy horny. Yeah. I'm high on life right now. It's a state of mind. This might be a real thing. I have no idea. That's what I call it, at least. It's a state of mind where you're tired. But no, I'm actually not high on life. But I'm kind of like high on life. Where you're just tired, so you just say whatever, and it's just like you're whatever. You're just like, you're in that whatever chill mood, you know? Sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing with me, just for today. I did add applause though as a reward. I took it out accidentally. I'm gonna have to fix the quotes thing. Yeah, I can't wait till Black Friday though, to be honest. I want to get Super Mario, and I'm super down. I see what I did there. To play with people, Super Mario. Probably gonna be a weekend thing. There is a secret path. Ew, why would I want that stupid Pokemon? The three-headed guy. You know they said third time's the charm. True. Wait, third time's the charm for what? Jeez. It's lagging a bit, but... Jeez. I don't know. I don't know if it worked. Oh yeah. Sorry, I legit did forget. Bippity boppity boo. I'll even pause the song that you requested. Germany lost twice. Third time's the charm. Oh, this is copyright free music. I can't put it on. Team Rocket snatched him for the last time. Hey, didn't you send this the other day? I like that though. Oh, he makes a lot of drawings. Make one with Sailor Moon. Who sounds that talented? Actually, is that very talented? that actually is. That looks so good. What the hell? Natsuki. Yeah, you sent this over the weekend. I watched this over the weekend, I think. Yeah, that one looks great. The Kirby one actually looks great. Did the photo work, by the way? My stream is so delayed on my side. I don't know why. I'm kind of... Am I annoyed that it is? I'm a little sad that it's delayed. The connection says excellent though, so I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. Hey, what's up, yo?
Hello there.
Cursed Kirby. Yeah, but that looked cool though, right? Yo, we have... I said yo unironically though. We have Lee on our team. We literally just caught a level 30 Gardevoir, so we got rid of Tofu, which was our Typhlosion. And yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're gonna go for the next gym soon, I think. And yeah, I think we're gonna get to late game by the end of today's stream, which is cool. It's going good. It's going good. How's it going with you? I like your background with the anime. With the anime stuff. What anime is that from? Trying to like figure out. Let's just psychic here. Nice, right? This team is like insanely good. I can't complain, but I'm probably gonna lose someone somehow. The thing is, we have a few more areas to catch Pokemon, so I just don't. I kind of don't want to. The problem I find with a lot of Nuzlockes is like you have access to way too many Pokemon. It's hard to like have a bond with them, you know, or whatever. So I think, well, my next Nuzlocke I'm gonna do a shiny lock most likely. If I don't make brilliant diamond to Nuzlocke. But other than that, I think from now on I'm not gonna make a Nuzlocks. I'm gonna limit the amount of Pokemon I can catch in a Nuzlocke or something because it's too easy. It's not even too easy. It's too. It's not as. It doesn't feel as exciting. It's not anime. What do you mean it's not anime? I don't know. I can't see it unless I click on your guys' profile. Like Nathan, your profile background, there's nothing, but the picture is nice. I feel like dyeing my hair again. Should I do it? All blue this time though. I don't want no blue red. The song gets annoying kind of quickly. So I'm just gonna skip it there. Do it white? Bro, it's gonna get naturally white in a few years. I don't need to see it all white, bro. I could do a Kakashi cosplay or something. Oh, look at that. You didn't even song request it and it popped up again. This song. But yeah. I don't know if I would want to do it white. Do it? Nah. Blue, the other thing is I'm Jewish too, so you know, I'm a little cheap. And I still have the coloring for blue and red. So I might as well do blue, you know, because I already have the stuff. So I was thinking to do blue because of that too. I liked blue because it wasn't like it didn't show off too much. But it was like different also. It's kind of crazy when I look back at it. Like, Jesus, I actually had like completely dyed hair. Jesus, why is Graveler popping up every time now? I wonder how it's decided which Pokemon pops up and at which interval or something. Because Do what? I like. Does it depend on the Pokemon you have out? Like, I feel like it does to an extent. I don't know why. It just feels like it does. We're actually nearing level 50 fairly quickly, which makes sense because we could speed up. Thank God. That being said, a 24-hour stream of Brilliant Diamond should be pretty fun because we won't be able to speed up. Wait, so I guess it won't be as fun in that sense, but it should be fun and like just playing a regular like Pokemon game for once, you know? And a new one. And on the Switch. I'm gonna have to figure out how to set that up too, actually. Because I never played a Pokemon game on Switch. We did play Mario games on Switch before. And played Breath of the Wild, obviously. So, it's not impossible. But, yeah. Gonna have to figure it out. Also, I was thinking of changing my stream hours. I wasn't thinking too seriously on it, but like I just had the thought in the back of my head recently. Because like, I don't know. It feels like a lot of people who watch like are in the middle of school and or they're at school so they can't watch, or it's like when they sleep or something. So I don't know, doing it earlier kind of seems like it makes more sense. Also, that's probably why I don't get a... It's probably why we have people from other countries, too. Because I do it pretty late night streams. For New York hours, at least. Like, Eastern time hours. But, I don't know. I don't know. I do like streaming at night, though. It's 12:38. Oh, you're 2 hours ahead. Yeah, you see what I mean? But I guess, like, I don't know. Is this a good time for you, yo? Like, I've been streaming for an hour. And for me, it's 10:38 p.m. right now. Oh, you're in Argentina. You see, like, it's actually pretty cool. Because we get, like, worldwide, like, people here. Which I feel like is so cool. But, yeah. Like, if I want to grow... I don't know. Because I'm assuming the biggest audiences are like America and like the US specifically and EU, like Europe. But I don't know. I like how it's going now. That's pretty cool though that you're from Argentina. I don't know if you're from Argentina, but you're living in Argentina. That's sick. Now I know Argentina times. 2 hours ahead. I try to remember all these different time zone differences. Oh, you are from Argentina? Cool. How is it like living in Argentina? I don't think anyone's on this channel has been from Argentina. We've had people from Peru, Brazil, I think. The States, obviously. Europe. Trying to think where else. Oops, I used Combine by accident. Where else? Oh, Turkey, Bangladesh, India. Did we have anyone from Canada, actually? I don't think we had any Canadian viewers. It's kind of weird. We must have, though. I'm possibly forgetting someone. Yeah. That's pretty cool, Argentina. I've never been. Where have I been? I've been to Mexico. That's the closest I've been to Argentina, I think. Let me look at a map because I'm stupid. Map. I know where Argentina is. But... what the heck? Oh, this is a cool map. Argentina's right here. Where have I been that's close to Argentina? I guess the closest I've been to was Mexico. Yeah. I've never been to South America. Wow. It's kind of crazy. Never been to South America. Never been to Africa. I've been to Asia. I've been to Asia and Europe. Huh. Never been to Australia. That's kind of crazy. 3 out of the 5 continents I haven't been to. I mean, it's like a lot of people haven't been to a lot of places. It makes sense, but It's kind of interesting to like just think about, I guess. Okay. Pretty nice to live here. Some economic problems, but anything else, it's pretty good. Nice. For the time I've been here, you had 0. Right? It's so interesting. Like, no, I guess Canadians don't watch. I wonder what the breakdown is for that. Twitch viewership. My assumption is gonna. I know there's a lot of Spanish-speaking viewers lately on Twitch, so I'm actually kind of curious. Twitch viewership, by country, by nationality. Okay, so US is first. Only 21%, but that's still a lot. Then Germany. Interesting. What time is it in Germany right now? No wonder no one watches me from Germany. 5 a.m. Well, that's not true. Not no, but I think one person does. Korea. Wow, interesting. I really thought there was... Well, I guess Spanish-speaking countries, there's like over 25 of them, right? So probably second most spoken language is Spanish on Twitch. That's interesting. Very interesting to me. Where do most Twitch viewers come from? 24% come from US. 63% of activity occurs in English. Damn. Yeah, my assumption is... Let's see. Twitch viewership by language. Current number of concurrent viewers is... Jeez. What is it, like 1.3 million people? So you got English. Oh, this is... What is this, live? Or the past 7 days? Almost 50% is English. Yeah, I was right. 10% is Spanish, then Portuguese for Brazil and Portugal, I guess. Brazil is pretty big. German, Russian, French. That's interesting. It's actually pretty... We did have a Russian viewer once. You just visited Chile? That's still pretty cool. I feel like most people haven't visited the world, so... How was Chile? Spain, maybe? You've been to 3 countries? Continents? Oh, continents? Which continents, Nathan? Argentina's cool, though. I had a Spanish... Because we learned Spanish here in the States. Hey, I love the song. And, yeah, I had a teacher from Ecuador. I don't really have... I don't know much about Argentina. Is there anything... If you would want to talk about it, is there anything like cool about Argentina? America, Mexico, so North America, Mexico, and Greenland. Greenland. How's Greenland? Jesus. Greenland is all ice, right? And Iceland is all green. But then Greenland, I think, has some green also. I had a friend who went to Greenland or Iceland. I don't remember. Interesting. How? Yeah. I was in Japan for 2 years teaching English, for anyone who doesn't know. And when I was in Japan teaching English, I made enough money to travel. So I traveled to Korea, Taiwan, and then different parts of Japan. I don't think I traveled and how could I forget? I traveled to Italy, Germany, Switzerland for like a day, I think. Germany also for like only a day or two. Where else? I would love to visit the Nordic countries though, like Sweden and stuff. Those places seem so interesting to me. But what else? Where else did I go? Italy was the big one though. I spent quite some time in Italy. But yeah. The best cow meats and wines of the continent. Ooh, that's a big claim to say. The best cow meats and wines of the continent. Damn. So do you drink wine? Well, I don't know how old you are, but that's cool. We have one natural wonder of the world. That sounds like only one, but there's only a few, right? Argentina. Jesus, I can't. Wonder. I'm stupid. Wonder. Is the most notable for its natural wonders. Home to 2 of the 7 natural wonders of South. Well, I guess they're defined differently, right? But Aconcagua. I literally just said Aconcagua, but this is Aconcagua. Yes, I'm probably not saying it right. Casa Rosada. What is that? Red House or something? Cathedral. I feel like I've heard of this place before. This looks beautiful. Yo, what the hell? You guys have such cool... What? I wonder what it says. New York Wonders. I wonder... Because I live in New York. I wonder what they say New York Wonders. I wonder if there's... Type in New York Wonders. New York Girls Baseball. What? New York's Natural Wonders. Let's see what we got. Oh, we have some stuff. This is not New York City, but yeah, there are some beautiful places here. But you see, the places in Argentina looks more beautifuler, because that's a word. Command, won't you understand? Anyway, I think I went off browser, right? Yeah. Oh, you're 24? Yo, let's go. I'm 24 too. Yes. I think that's the first. Hell yeah. Oh, that's cool. What type of wine is what type of wine they have there? By the way, if you feel like Jesus used magnitude or earthquake, what was that? I think it was magnitude. If you feel like you don't want to talk and like I'm getting annoying or something, just let me know, by the way. Nice Pokemon gang. Yes, more Gen Zers. Bro, we're barely Gen Z, okay? The other day, I found out, to my sadness, that we are Gen Z. I thought I was Gen Y. I thought I was a millennial, but I'm a Gen Zer. Jesus Christ. But it's fine, I guess. Listen, every generation, as long as technology progresses and countries get more developed, because there's so many countries around the world that aren't at the same development stage as like the US and like a lot of places in Europe. So like once the whole world catches up, and if we keep progressing, like the world is gonna change exponentially. It's getting insanely like more interesting and like crazy and technologically advanced and all these things. So like I mean, each generation is gonna have crazier things to kind of do in life. I feel I don't know, you know, like I don't know. It's pretty cool. It doesn't bother me. I'm a boomer. I feel like I'm a boomer too. No, you're a Zer. True, I guess we are Zers. Listen, I can relate more to chat because I'm the same generation. So you know what? There's that. Babies born today will live to 3,000. I don't know about that. Babies born today might live forever, bro. If consciousness could be stored and all that stuff, yo, it's. Oh, I was listening to something yesterday that just blew my mind last night. Apparently Elon Musk was talking about how we might live in a simulation, right? That was one of the things I was listening to. Usually I don't really care too much about these types of things, but it was kind of interesting because like the rate of technology like is just insane. I watched a YouTube video. The rate of technology is just so crazy. It's insane. Okay? Look how do you fathom like look at this. The expected okay, I don't know what CAGR means. Big data is a big term, right? Like in the tech industry. So what is CAGR then? CAGR meaning compound annual growth rate. So how much we're growing, and compound means we're just compounding, like we grow based off what we have before. Like if you have 10% of $100, it's $10, right? And if you reinvest that, it compounds because then you have $110. So even though you're investing 10% still, 10% of $110 is 11%. So it goes up slowly and then like exponentially. But okay, so this is basically the growth rate, like how fast things are growing. And it says the expected growth rate is at 15%. 90% of the world's data has been generated in the last couple of years. Isn't that insane, bro? Like almost every single thing that you like that's well, I mean it makes sense. Like it's just oh my god. Moore's Law can't keep up. Yeah, I want to show you guys the video. Just to this is kind of, I know, a side thing, but this is just so fascinating to me. Look, Yo uploaded. That's funny. Everything's about Yo today.
Dog shit quality from Twitter.
All right, let me press back. Okay, let me find the link. Let's see what you guys are saying too. Ooh, I'll read the types of wine in a second. Let me just find. I think you could go into. I watch way too much YouTube, but you could go into. You know what? F it. I'm not gonna find it. It's too much work. Let me just play my goddamn game. Types of wines I know are Malbec, Bonarda, Cabernet, Merlot. I recognize a lot of these words, but I can't say half of them because they're all French words, right? Pinot Noir, Syrah, Tannat, Chardonnay. Maybe there's more types from Argentina. Wait, those are all from Argentina? Are you serious? Pinot Noir. I think Pinot Noir is like a... Yeah, Pinot Noir came from... Well, it's a French word, but... Yeah, from the Burgundy region of France. But I guess Argentina could be known for it? That's cool. No more Pokemon? What's wrong with Pokemon, bro? Pokemon is cool. Pokemon is cool because we could chill and talk while playing it. Half the time, and the other half the time, I'm yelling from losing my Pokemon. What's your favorite type of wine? I'm not like a connoisseur of like alcohol, but I do like wine. I feel like most wine tastes the same though, to be honest. I don't know. To me, like with like tequila and whiskey, different types could taste different, but wine, like if it's around the same price range, it kind of just tastes the same to me. Oh, we're almost at level 50. That was kind of quick. Too much green? What do you mean too much green? What, on the screen? Ooh, trying to learn hypnosis. Why would it teach you a move that has 60% accuracy in a Nuzlocke? Nope. Cabernet Sav... Cabernet. I've heard of Cabernet before. Because I think I'm pronouncing it right too. Notable regions. Australia, blah blah blah. South America. Come on, you couldn't put Argentina, bro? Come on, Wikipedia. How much is it? $130. Oh, I guess there's different types depending on where they come from also. Why is it so expensive? Okay, it seems like it's... Well, I guess you could tell me the price, right? If you know, but... we're almost... I'm so happy we actually got to level 50 fairly quickly. Or it feels quick for me, at least. Which means I'm having fun. I hope it feels quick for you guys. Alright. Full level 50s feels good, man. This is from Boruto. One of the best animes ever. Not really, but... let's go with Psychic. We just need Leah to get to level 50, and then we could probably beat the gym pretty easily. Mirai take. Thing is, it's you have to give it time to get really good whiskey. I guess the older the better. But why is it, at least to me, that certain companies taste so much better than other companies of whiskey? Like, for me, I like John Daniels a lot. Or I used to when I used to drink more. But Suntory I didn't like at all. And they were both in Japan. Like, I would drink them in Japan. Suntory comes from Japan, I'm pretty sure. Jack Daniels is American, I guess? But yeah, I don't know. Also, I don't know if there's a big delay between me and you guys. If there is, I apologize. I'm reading messages fairly quickly. But yeah. I don't know. Today's weirdly feels slow. Hey, we're already at level 50? One more Pokemon. Let's go, level 50. It only took 5 hours. It didn't take 5 hours. It was kind of fast, actually. Yes, we could progress with the story. We're gonna go to Low Amas Town, and then... Actually, yeah, we're gonna do that first. 15 seconds? Oh, that's kind of big delay. Like, I don't know. It should be like 5 seconds. But it also depends on your guys' connection. Technically, from my side, it says excellent, so it should be fine. But even for me, it looks like there's a big delay. I don't know. Which is weird. How did we catch a level 30 Gardevoir here? And now that... Could we have trained here? Are you serious? That might have been better. Isn't this place beautiful? It's alright, I guess, yeah. Hey, the farmers. You're not trying to steal my harvest. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. Why did I use Psychic? Actually, this is not a good matchup. Ew, toxic spikes. Alright, we're just gonna have to Mega Evolve and kill everyone here. Smooch them. I'm not scared. Some of the city folk think it's funny to come by and steal crops and they think I'm not looking. Aw, I feel bad for him, huh? It's so cool because you could verse Pokemon that revive. Ew. PP, I'm going to give you something, so look at Discord. Okay. I'm from the other side of the world, that's why. That's a good point. Internet connection. That's a good point. Yeah, but at the same time, like, I don't know, if your internet connection is really good, I think technology nowadays, you could probably, if you have like really good internet connection, and I have good connection, then it could probably be good. This coupon good for 1 free night during month of November. Does not disqualify the user from no not November. The sad thing is, Nathan, I've done more than one, so that wouldn't work out. I should have trained here. Oh my god, this is so cool. Moo-woo. You have like no pets though. This is so cool. They actually have a farm. They don't let me steal anything though. I'm a city folk too. I have at least 350 milliseconds. I mean, that's slow, right? No? My pal reckons people have been... I mean, that's fast. Wait, is that... I don't even know. That's like less than a second. My pal reckons people have been stealing crops. At nighttime, sounds like somebody's going into our bar. But I never see it. It's pretty dark, but I saw one guy in a dark hood. Bro, the bad guys in this game are just bad to their core. They steal people's crops. They do everything bad. I've just gotten done forming these bales. Now I'm on break. You hear? It's gonna be a while. Oh, they find such interesting ways to like stop your progress in this game. I'm actually a fan of it. It's kind of cool. So they force you to verse the gym leader because I think there's virtually nothing else you could do here. Yeah, so we're gonna verse the gym leader. Do you watch anime, yo? Or is anime even like a big thing in Argentina, or nah? Okay, let's get... Who do we get out first, actually? My nose is itching. I hate when that happens. You do watch anime? Oh, let's... Oh, yeah! Your profile picture is like... And your background looks like you would. Dumb question by me. Marina specializes in water type. Except that it's randomized. Wait, what the hell? Oh, this is the only way you could surf from here. No, I need dive. Are you serious? Oh my, why does this game love dive so much? Ugh. Who do we... We gotta get rid of someone on the team for dive. Do we take a risk and get rid of our heavy hitter? I don't want to use stupid Sucky. Or do we just teach Kings or dive? We have our dub most of the time. Our own dub. Ah. It's really big in South America. Really? I didn't know that. That's cool. I did look at Discord. I answered you, Nathan. I didn't answer on Discord, but I answered. I've already done it more than once, so, you know. It won't work out for me, Nathan. Oh, you do? I mean... You have your own... So you guys don't watch sub much, yeah? I watch like exclusively sub. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, so it's pretty cool that I lived 2 years in Japan, right? Maybe we just teach him dive. I what level? Let me look. What level? Kingdra learns moves. Na, 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 na. So supposedly it learns Hydro Pump. Like I guess I don't want to teach it an HM move. You watch Sub? Oh, thank God. Whew. That was a close one. Pokemon is maybe one of the biggest communities here. Really? Oh, that's so cool. I know, but it will bring you back in. Bro, I don't feel like fapping. I'm sorry, Nathan. Not when I'm streaming, at least. Maybe later. All right. Sucky. Who do we replace for Sucky? Like, technically, we don't... Chest is so good, though. We could get rid of Leah, but we literally just added her to him to the team. Why'd I name you Leah? Savior has Earthquake, which is, like, one of the big reasons I had him on the team. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't know what to do here. Like, he has, you know what? I think we have another Pokemon with Shadow Claw. Yeah. I guess we don't need you for now. Sorry, starter. You freaking leveled almost 60. You were carrying us when we needed you, but we're not going to use you for now. Damn. Imagine we lose a Pokemon to the gym later because of that. That'd be so sad. Some animes get bigger at a point that they get dubbed for Latin America and Spain separated. Oh, really? Because Spanish from Spain is slightly different, right? Like, they use ja, right? Instead of, like... I think. Oh, this is sick! What a cool gym. But I hate that I have to dive at the same time. Ooh, baby, hand me up. How did I understand what that person was saying? Level... What is... Yeah, he doesn't die to any of this stuff. Rock Slide? He just killed himself? Okay. You might just stand a chance. Okay. Few trainers get the scale badge. Well, I'm gonna be one of those few trainers. Wait, what the heck? There's literally nothing in there. That was weird. You can watch anime also on TV. Cool. Similar like US English and UK English. Oh, okay. And do Argentinians learn English like fluently and stuff? I'm very I don't know anything. So, oh, what is Earthquake? Wait, this is not a good matchup. I'm like 5 seconds behind in my head for everything. It's actually an easy gym so far. Let's use Surf here. Are you admiring my hot bod? No. Why did that guy say that? Just Earthquake everything, bro. You're literally in the air and I just Earthquaked you. Don't tell anyone, but I'm actually insecure about my body. That's actually funny. The water type is the most abundant. Ooh. What if I Earthquake you? Let's go. Luxio. Wait, we could just Earthquake you too. Earthquake is so good. It's so good that we literally just ran out of them. No, you have to go to language school for that? Oh. Would you say, I mean, it sounds like your English is freaking fluent as hell. But, you know, I don't know. So, would you consider yourself fluent in English? Let's see. Time for fast-paced action. Let's go. I love how I'm using Thunderbolt underwater. Just everyone dies. That fight was too fast for me. Yeah, you only had one Pokemon. Wait, can I... What a cool like thingy. Alright, so the gym leader is actually easy to get to, which is really weird to me. I don't... It's so dumb? Or not dumb, it's so weird. Why would the game do that? Oh, never mind. It looked easier than it actually was. Never mind, I'm dumb. Or spend so much time with games and internet like me. Oh, gotcha. But honestly, that's such... Like... I do understand mostly. That's so cool. I speak kind of fast, so... I mean, it sounds like you're 100% fluent to me. The hard thing is to talk. True. Yes. I mean, I studied. I think it's for any language. I studied Japanese for a couple of years, and then I moved to Japan. Lived there for. I studied abroad for like a month, and then lived there for a month, and then I lived there working as an English teacher for 2 whole years, and it was only really by the second year that my Japanese got good enough to converse with people. And I still wouldn't consider myself fluent. Like, language is really hard. And if your goal is to speak with people, then you have to practice a lot of speaking. But I would advise you to join the Discord. Well, I mean, so we have a Discord and we have a language. We had a language practice chat, but no one ever used it. But we do have people from a lot of different countries, so we should use it to speak. To like practice and learn each other's languages and stuff. That would be cool. Eventually, one day. Oh, opening the shell changes where the... Oh, that's so cool. I just realized that. I didn't even realize that. I just accidentally got to the gym later. Hey, nice, Nathan. That's cool. Yeah, it's cool, but I was so nervous to speak Japanese. It literally took me a year to get comfortable with coworkers, which is... It's also because when you live in a foreign country, most people are going to look for people that speak their own language. So if you move to the States, you'll probably end up meeting and speaking and going out and hanging out with people who are mostly Spanish-speaking people. Like, that's my assumption. Like, that's just like the typical thing because it's where you're more comfortable, and that's what I ended up doing. But I eventually got out of my shell and spoke Japanese. Sakura's so useless that she gives birth to Uchiha that needs glasses. It is kind of weird that an Uchiha needs glasses, but sorry, the spoiler alert. It's not a big spoiler. She has strength. She has a lot of strength. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't like spoiling things. Hola, ¿cómo estás? We do have a lot of Spanish-speaking people here, though. Usually, you look like you've got something urgent to tell me. I do not care for such matters. I want to fight you. All right, I'm gonna beat the hell out of her. Okay. Look at her. Look at her. She thinks she looks cool. She actually does look cool. She looks like my grandma, but cooler. Okay, we got a knockdown. Level 46, kind of high. Perfect, though. We could Thunderbolt the knockdown. It might have been smarter to Calm Mind here, but why take the risk? Oh, it didn't kill it. Uproar. Uproar is a bit of an annoying move. Look how much damage that did. Oh, no. Don't you dare, PP. Don't I dare what? Spoil or speak Spanish? Nya? That's Nya, right? Get out of here, Noctowl. Surprised she didn't heal Noctowl. Beedrill is next. Do we... You know what? Yo, Leah. Just kill Beedrill. Just carry. Carry us through this gym later. We don't even need our starter. This is so easy. I'm such an idiot. We could have changed... Oh no, I'm assuming when we get out then... I was gonna say we could have changed... We could have added our starter back because it became a straight line, access to the gym leader. But I'm assuming when we leave the gym, it resets. So, never mind. Yes, waste your full restore on Beedrill. Oh my god, we almost died. Look at that HP. Jesus Christ. I didn't spoil. Only said this is strong. And I said spoiler alert, okay? Which gives people like a few seconds to cover up. So it's fine. Cradling, right? It's fine, right? Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm sorry. I take it back. I'm sorry. So he does to ice. You know what? We gotta take out ice. Leo took a lot of damage also. Hey, you spoil something big like that. Don't spoil anything, Nathan. I didn't spoil. Oh my god, stop talking about it. You're gonna spoil AOT? It's banned, bro. No mod. I'm gonna unmod you. You're gonna get permabanned. Maybe not permabanned, but... No, don't spoil it. I didn't finish it. Wait, you read the manga? Or you finished... Or you're up to date with the anime? Hey, icicle crash. The mega? Oh, that was like a 1 second delay now. Oh, Jesus. Don't spoil AOT for me, please. I only watch anime, really. Oh my god, Leah would be perfect with a psychic against Machamp. But fighting dies to a lot, right? What else does fighting die to? I already forgot. Flying. Oh yeah, flying and fairy. We could use Aladdin. We'll just use fly. Mega evolve and kill him with a fly. Wait, did I miss fly? He's bulking up like crazy. Jesus! Oh my god, if I missed the fly again, he could have died. Oh my... Garchomp! Ooh, Seahorse. Okay, this might be really stupid of me, but I'm hoping a Dragon Pulse one-hit KOs it. Ah! No, it used Dragon Claw! Survive Seahorse. Oh my god, bro. Use the full restore? Oh, we're fine anyway. Oh, Jesus, I'm an idiot sometimes. Tanjiro kisses Muzan. Jackson, no, you ruined it. You're like, I don't have VIP. Lol. What, Muzan kissed Tanjiro? Is that what happened? Get out of here. She actually had a Garchomp. That's actually pretty crazy. She had some cool Pokemon. I deserve that scale badge. We didn't even have our starter there. Give me that badge, baby. Let's go. Ooh, she gave me a Scald. I don't need no Scald. Meet me at the laboratory. I love how the gym leaders in this game are barely at their gym. They just go to other events, and like people just have to wait for them to return. It's kind of funny. Quiero
VIP, por favor, dame VIP. Oh. Why do you have to make me so sad? I'm just a sad little monkey trying to live in this world filled with humans. Human beings that hate on our kind.
So anyway, you want a VIP? I can't give you the VIP, okay? All right. It has to be earned. You have to get the amount of points and earn it. Momento sad. Dale VIP al pibe. What does pibe mean? Pibe? Pibe. I said pibe on purpose to be funny. Was that funny? Oh, is this where I have to go actually? Wow. Oh, it is. I'm sorry, I was miles away. I tend to zone out when I'm lost in a train of thought. Have you got the tablet? Thank you. We've been waiting for this delivery. You know, Charles. Oh, you're Pong. You're so cool. Ooh. This machine can detect and recreate energy from Pokemon moves. Hyper Beam. When a Pokemon fires it, this machine can find even the slightest traces of this energy. Oh, wow. It's connected to the Talus. I also know that it needs a catalyst. But I didn't read that part. That's why we think a powerful move is necessary. It's just determining which one. Oh, I'll leave the idol with my staff. Why would you leave it with your staff, bro? That's so dangerous. You're late for a gym. Yeah, go back to your gym. You see? They're never at their gym. Get out of here. Oh, it's like, dude? Oh. Danos? Where's Danos? Al pibe. The machine has started. What? Did I come here before? You caught me not working. How did I miss this area? I'm such an idiot. It's important when researching. We're close to a breakthrough. The computer simulation will let us know if we're close. Oh. Tell that to... Oh, no. I have to verse him? No. No, I don't want to... Okay, good. I have to put my starter back on the team. Get rid of this stupid sucky. And I have to change the background also. I don't know what I have so many different backgrounds. I'm so cool. Okay, let's add Chestnut. And take out Sucky. I really want to use Tofu, but it is what it is. The Pokemon are starting to get higher level though. Which means we might have to train them again. Which is fine. We need to find a key for this forklift. They could have hidden it anywhere. It must be somewhere close to the city. A needle in a haystack. Oh, haha, I'm a smarty pants. I know where it is. I'm a smart person. I'm a genius, one may say. Really? It's not here? It must be here, right, guys? Oh, it's here. Really, bro? Really? Trespassers will be challenged to a Pokemon battle. Trespassers will be shot and killed. That makes more sense. Oh, we got the key. Let's go. I didn't see it before. And I'm pretty sure I clicked on it before as well. Leah's a bit weak, so we're gonna go. I like having Seahorse up front for some reason. Yeah. All of our guys, I mean, everyone is weak when it's a Nuzlocke because it's just scary, but... Alright. Alright. I got it. You actually found the key? Whatever, they don't pay me enough. Lol. Nice going. Let's get down there. I moved it out of the way for you. Thank you, bro. Ooh, look at this. We need flash. Let's change the background again. Lols. Let's try our best to keep quiet. What? No, I want to verse gym leader. I want to versus people. Oh, speaking of AOT. AOC? No, it's a political person. Wait, what is this? Where am I? Ooh, a chest. Ooh, relic balls. That's sick. I feel like I'm playing... Ooh, silver batter. I feel like I'm playing Breath of the Wild or something. In the dark. I like how there's no wild Pokemon. I don't know if I like that, but... Ooh, there's our boy. We're gonna ignore him for now. Let's see what else we could find. 2 ping pong caliente. Are you calling me hot? What does that Pokemon do? Pokeball do. So in this game, relic balls seem like they either one-hit catch or are much easier to catch, like the legendaries of this game. That's which are the Reggies. I think they're used to catch the Reggies. I'm not sure yet, actually. All right, this is the only way forward. See those crates? No, I don't. We can hide behind them. Yo, this is so cool. What the hell? Whoa, that's the woman from the beginning of the game. Well, I want to hear the game music. You mean horny? Oh, you always call me horny, bro. I think we've waited long enough. The public are close to finding out the cause of the earthquakes. If we wait any longer, we'll miss our opportunity. Morgana, that's her name. Why is an old lady the boss? Oh, know your place. That's right. You do not give me orders. Yo, that's so cool. I like how an old woman is the boss. Eunice, you say that Reggie Ice has fully left its dormant state? His name is Yoon Ice. Reggie Ice. I just got that. I'm an idiot. Reggie Steele, Ezekiel. Oh, Ezekiel doesn't have Steele in his name. That's kind of disappointing. We've all had run-ins with those 2 kids. We should be ready for them. Wow, indeed. Baffles me that the 3 of you lost to a child. Baffles me too. To get in the hashtag me too. Let's go. Bro, I can't just give VIP. You gotta earn it. If they get in the way again, I'll destroy them myself. Jesus. Gotta Rooster will become the final faces. Ignis Roost. Yo, this is so cool, man. Well, you heard the boss. Let's get to work. Oh, this is so cool. Huh? Oh. Must be a Rattata. Oh, that's the music they have played? What is that from? I forgot what it's from. It's on the tip of my tongue. Let's get out of here. There you are. This is my good friend Marina. Did they not see them leaving? Oh, I guess they left from the other area. Never mind. Give VIP and you do nothing for my birthday deal? I can't, bro. I can't just give VIP. Oh. VIP, if you look at the points, VIP right now costs 500,000 points. Just giving VIP seems kind of... you know, I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm sorry, bro. It's about time we met up again. Sub told me you two overheard. All the Elder Knights were there. No one knows who the woman is. That's so cool. Yeah, let's go now. Ooh. Yo, this is like almost late game of the game. Have you played this game before? Yo? It's too much. It's more than God Monkey. Yeah, because it sticks. It's there for life. Yo, for you to say 500,000 points is too much, actually makes me think maybe I should lower it. All right, I'll think about lowering it. Okay. I'll definitely think about lowering it. I want to do some real thinking on it though, because 500k points is a lot. You didn't play it? Oh, this is spoilers if you ever end up playing it, but it's actually a really cool ROM hack. It's based around the Reggies essentially. What did I want to say? Oh yeah, have you played Pokemon Diamond and Pearl? Once the new ones come out, I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream of it, like midnight release. So that should be quite fun. And I'm gonna be really tired probably. I enjoy seeing people play Pokemon games. Oh, okay. You played all the original ones. Oh, that's cool. I played every generation, but not all the original ones. Like I haven't played Red, Blue, and Green and Yellow, or Crystal, or Silver, or what's the other one? Gold. But I played the remakes. My first game was like Emerald or Leaf Green, I think. One of them. And then the other one I played. I think Leaf Green, then I played Emerald. Or the other way around. Yeah. I thought this peak was above the clouds. Oh, this is so cool. It's breathtaking. It does look cool. Ooh, we've been here before. Yo, this looks so cool. It's quiet. Maybe the new elders are... Oh my god, the boss! What the hell? I remember at a point when you pass 50k, the green box does not work. Wait, is that what you meant by it was all green? Wait, really? The green box doesn't work after 50? I don't think I could... How many points do you have, Nathan? You should take a picture of that. This is crazy. Eunice, Eunuch, and Ezekiel were right there. You followed us, no doubt, to try and interfere. I will put an end to your meddling myself. Oh my god. Wait, I hope my Pokemon are high enough level. Yo, look at her! Look at her! We gotta change the background to match. Elder Sage Morgana. Is she even the boss of the bosses, or is she just one of the bosses? Yo, she's so hot. Look at her, she's so hot. I was joking, but she looks cool. Clefable, level 47! Level 40. It could have Metronome, which is very annoying. Okay, I don't want to screw anything up here. I feel like I'm gonna lose someone. Clefable dies to poison and steel. Hey, why is the music going crazy? He's a steel type, but he has no steel moves. We have no poison moves. I shouldn't be too scared. If it has psychic moves and stuff, Excadrill dies to poison, ghost, and steel. I mean, not... Excadrill just like fire, water, fighting, and ground. You know what? We'll change to Excadrill and use an Earthquake and see how that goes. Green Dot stops working after like 51k. But to me, redeeming God Monkey, I became poor, and now my main account has 411 points. Really? You mean 41k points, right? It's gonna be a tough one. Yeah, this is scary. It uses Minimize too, which is annoying. I could Swords Dance into Earthquake, but then if I miss because of Minimize, the thing is I could heal up. This is not a hardcore randomizer. 41k is still a lot of points. But damn, that sucks that the box doesn't work after 50. This might be a really dumb decision. Earthquake might be able to do more. I could end up using a move that's... Oh, come on. Do I change it to a Pokemon that could... Where the move never misses? Earthquake hit! Let's go. Let's go. He's named Savior. Of course Earthquake would hit. Let's go! Let's go! And we use the Swords Dance. Oh my god, that's good. Clamperl could do damage. But Clamperl kind of sucks. We did use a... Clamperl dies to Grass and Electric. It's just a regular water type. Do we just stay with Savior and use Earthquake again? Do we take the risk? Or we just change into Gardevoir and use Thunderbolt? Why's the music going crazy? Yeah, let's take the risk. Let's take the risk. Earthquake should sweep his team. Her team. Let's go! Yes! Absol. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh, it is detect. That's fine. You're just prolonging... Oh my god, stop! I don't have many Earthquakes left. Oh, Sucker Punch. Jesus, that did a lot of damage. We might have to change after this Earthquake. Let's go. Look at that XP. Jinx! I'm gonna be honest, we probably don't need to change. But we'll just change to get some super effective damage from Aladdin too. And to not risk it. She only has 2 Pokemon left, so I'm not really scared. And we're Mega Evolving, baby. Mega Evolution, like, ups his special attack, and Flamethrower does 90 damage. His special move is just perfect. And Drought. This should one-hit KO. Easy. Easy one-hit KO. Let's go! Wow, indeed. That scared me for a second. And then we got Drapion. Drapion, let's go. This is gonna be easy. I don't remember. He's like a poison type, right? Okay, he dies to ground. I'm tempted to change into Savior. But you know what? Chess needs to get some XP. Let's use Dig. You still alive? Alright, let's go back to music. Get out of here! Get out of here! Rather impressive. Bro, get out of here, girl. We're amazing. Did the song end? Oh my god, the song did end. I see now how my Elder Knights lost to you, child. Hell yeah, bro. The prize should be ours? What? Oh, they baited us! Oh, that's actually mad cool. Bro, didn't I call it? I literally called how stupid it was to give that, like, the tablet to the researcher. Why would you give it to the staff? It's so, like, dumb. Take the tablet, Eunice. We've done well. Regigigas will be ours. The tablet idol. Now this shall be your tomb. The exit has been collapsed. Aren't you gonna die too? Wait, what? How'd she... What? Defeatism gets us nowhere. Is that even a word? There must be some secret exit. Morgana got out. Yeah, what? Of course Morgana... You know what the secret exit is, right, guys? The game's not gonna let me do it, but dig. A dome fossil. Oh, it has different fossils on the walls. That's kind of cool. I'm assuming it's here. That's just... Ooh. Ooh, she's a genius. Let's go. Optimism helped us. You don't have any Pokemon. Oh, why does the professor not have Pokemon? Sub is like, I thought I'm powerful enough to train. Look at this. Oh hey, do you want me to heal your Pokemon? All right. If you need more, I'll be here waiting. Oh, I feel so bad. He's like, what am I, a Poke Center? Ooh, I've been waiting to use this background more. Because I looked at the... I looked at the backgrounds of the game before I started it, so I could make these different backgrounds. And I saw that there was a lava-looking place, so I made this fire background to match it. And this is kind of like that. Ooh, oh, new Pokemon, and we don't need no Quillfish. Jesus, level 44 though. That's kind of insane. What is this area called? I think it's called Ignis something, right? It does, right? It does look cool. There's the only Quillfish in here. Ignis Catacombs. It's cool how they take us directly to this area too. I just have to write it down so I don't forget that. Oh, here it is. That we ran into an encounter here. The red cave? Oh. Yeah, the cave does look cool. There's one person who can take away God Monkey from me right now, but he's been gone. Who do you know? I feel like a couple of people might be able to. Huh, it's blocked off, but there's a path. Really? Come on, girl. Come on, you couldn't figure it out? This must be a long, like, area. Whoa, what the hell? What? What just happened? What? Huh? Nani? Huh? He's just a normal type, right? He has tackle? Wait, can I catch Regigigas? Well, I should try to catch it, not kill it. I'm so confused right now. Oh, items can't be used. What if it lets me run? Can't escape. I wasted my turn to try to run. What if I die? What if I just... Obviously, they want me to defeat Regigigas, but what if I just die? I don't want to test it out, though. I know, right? It only has tackle. They did it on purpose. Critical hit. Okay, let's just get this over. What the hell just happened? It's like you were in a trance. We should be careful. What the hell was that? That was so weird. That was the last thing I could expect. Ooh, the thing went away. This is why you don't need repels in I could just fast forward everything. The path splits. Which way should we go? Both ways. We're Pokemon masters. I mean, 2 people? Oh, you forgot Danelle might have it? Weed Cave? Ooh. Okay. There's gonna be another statue here? Oh, there's 2. Ooh. Okay, so we went down. So we'll have to remember. Did this take us back to the entrance? Quilava. Oh my god. What the hell? What's going on? Oh, Jesus, we could actually lose this battle. Why is Tackle, like, almost killing Reggie Ice? Jesus Christ. This is so weird. Oh, a chest. Relic Crown. Here Dot and does Here Dot have enough points? Or Blaster? They're not around. They could have had enough, but... Is this back to the entrance? Yeah, this game is so weird. Oh, no, it's not. There's another statue. I kind of want to go back and see what the other thing led to, though. Okay, this is obviously going to be Registeel. I love how Tackle was doing so much against Reggie Ice. This is so creepy. Here down Blaster, when they were last here, they had 50k. Did they actually? What's TM2? Oh, did we just get Fly? We just got Dragon Claw? Oh my god, that's so good. If we... Oh. Oh, that's not really good on Aladdin, because Aladdin's a special attacker, and when he Mega Evolves, he's a special attacker. If we had the X evolution, it would be good, though. How about Chest? Chest is a physical attacker. Oh my god, I gotta get rid of stupid Cut already. I gotta get rid of freaking Cut. Get rid of Cut. I have to put a reminder. Get rid of Cut. They started saving points before me. Oh, Blaster has saved for a long time. That's true. Blaster doesn't... They don't come around anymore as much because of the timing. Because of the timing that I stream now, but yeah. I hope we could explore the whole cave. I like being kind of like a perfectionist, at least. Like, to a certain degree. There's another... Ooh, what the hell? Where's the girl, by the way? She just left. Hey, Punk. We must have got split up. We've been in this cave for so... Not really. We've been here for like 5 minutes. But I should have explored that more. The new elders must have the tablet. My Pelipper can use fly. Huh, I don't think I'll join you. What? Research. I'll research. What? Oh, he's gonna research the stuff. The new elders have captured all 3 Titan Pokemon. They're considered Titans, and only one piece of the puzzle. They seal Regigigas away with some of the most complex engineering ever. That's why they stole the idol. Our analysis of the idol completed before they got here. That means we managed to determine what move activates it. Molten Rays. I know of only one man to have ever taught that move to their Pokemon. The current champion. That's not Herschel. Oh. Actually, I know he was the champion. Because it got spoiled to me before. But, you know, it's whatever. Which means I'm happy and sad. Aww. Listen. Alright. Eventually, my stream hours... I do 24-hour streams sometimes, so they come through sometimes. But yeah. Didn't even want the post of champion. He has a strict policy of not interfering with politics. If we want any chance to stop them, he won't want to fight them? Come on, bro. You already have 7 badges. Well, I already have 7 badges? What the hell? It's not as glorious, but I'll do anything to help. I like this rival. He's honest. Yes, we finally got strength. Okay, strength is actually... The funny thing is, we probably won't see Herschel's Molten Rays. That's the thing about doing randomizers. We can't see some cool stuff, but it is what it is. I'm happy I still have God Monkey and sad they're God. I mean, they're not gone, but yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Hear that still on the Discord quite often. Blaster, yeah. Blaster has to come through more often. I miss him. But the timing is just what ruins it for them, you know? That's why I was thinking of switching my time recently, but... I don't know. I didn't realize we had so many badges. I would like to train our guys to level 55 now. But I don't know if that's like... You know? I don't know if that kind of ruins the vibes. Okay. There's so many animals. Yo, what's up? Moo. Let's see what this is. You scared me. I must have gotten lost. I forgot to feed them. I'll give you a reward. Once they're all fed, come back for your reward. Wait, what? Low mass fields. Oh, side quest. Mareep. Where are the Mareep? The Marip. Oh, you're a Mareep. Here's an Oranberry. Valley. Apparently that means that they're full. What happens when the Mareep evolves? It's not a sheep anymore. Stream early tomorrow? Nah, I think if I switch my streaming hours, it's gonna be a big decision. Because last time I did it, it was a big decision, you know? I have to really think about it before doing something like that. Okay, this is considered the fields. There are no... I love this that I'm able to speed up past everything. Munchlax. So we fed 2 of them so far. You're not one. Ooh, just move. Oh my god. Wait, can I steal this food? No. Hey, 5 light balls. What's a light ball? 10 in the morning my time? I can't stream 10 in the morning. I'm sleeping 10 in the morning. For the push-ups, what are you, crazy? I'll do the push-ups right now. You want me to do the push-ups right now? Oh, another trainer. Who has a level 44 Weedle? I feel so bad for that trainer. Oh, wrong move. I did not mean to use... it's fine, though. Yes, I'm crazy. Retro mail. You know what? I'm not gonna stream it, okay? I could record it and send it to you. Oh, look! The gang. This is the gang in the game. For some reason, they have coins all over. This is a big field. You want me to do the... You want me to do the push-ups right now? For anyone who doesn't know, Nathan basically said, do 100 push-ups for my birthday. And I was like, okay, this was last year. And then a whole year passed, and I obviously didn't work out. And we basically got an agreement. So I have to do 50 today, 50 tomorrow, and something else on the Discord. But yeah. Bali. How many orange berries did we... I think there's one more left. Ugh, do the push-ups right now? Oh my god. Alright, give me a second. Wait, what? Rock slide. Okay, rock slide doesn't hit my seahorse, which is actually great. Hey, that worked out well. Oh, Dragon Pulse would probably have been better. You might be a better battler, but we're better carrying hay. Okay. Oh, I think we got all the Marips. What the heck? Okay, this is the town. Let me just get to the town real quick. Oh, you were hiding? Look at this guy hiding. Oh, my dog came. Dog cam. Jesus, they're not even farming much. Oh, that was an accident. They're not even farming much. I'm kind of disappointed. Meryl. You know what? Let's get some other people to... This guy has been level 59 for like a year. Totodile. Chess stream when? Yo, I actually love chess. I'll do it soon, I'll do it. Naruto. Wait, what do you mean haha Naruto? Wait, did you see the Naruto face? No one raided. I think it pops up when someone raids or something. Chess stream. I want to be consistent with Pokemon. I don't know. Chess stream. Really? No one raided though. Why did that? Oh, I must have pressed it by accident. What the hell? Is it on right now? No, it's not on. The heck? You saw it? Oh, okay. I don't know why it popped up, but okay. Do you play chess? How'd you know that I play chess? I played chess on stream before. You saw it too? It just popped up again. Wait, I saw that. It popped up again. That's not supposed to happen. Ooh. A fossil. You do play? Nice. What's your rating? I'm actually addicted to chess right now. Not good, but addicted to it. Ampharocyte. Oh, that's funny. That actually makes sense. To find an Ampharocyte here. Alright, let's go get our reward. Where was our reward? Ooh, TM. Ooh, X-Scissor. X-Scissor's actually not bad. Let me think. It's a physical move. We could replace Slash, actually. Yeah, let's replace Slash. Hey, that was kind of cool. I don't play that much, but I love it too. 1100? Ah, so you're like we're around the same level. That would be fun to play then. Well, I was like a level. I was trying to get 1,000 in every different like rank, you know, in every version. Right now, around 1,000 in everything. Except 3-minute. In 3-minute, I forgot what it's called. Rapid Blitz, whatever. I'm like 800. You play mostly Blitz? Ah. When someone hosts you, it pops up? No, when someone hosts me, there's a Jiraiya face that pops up. When someone raids me, the Naruto face pops up. I don't know why I must have done a shortcut on my... Must have done a shortcut by accident. Dad puts on a threatening front, but he's a sweetheart. Okay. That was so random. That house belongs to Surgeon Stone. He's a tough war veteran. Rumor has it Surgeon Stone gives out Mega Stones for rare Pokemon from Kanto. I guess the best way to prove your strength summon would be by beating Richter. Oh, if you get the 8th gym, he gives you a Mega Stone. Oh, that's so cool. The Winston family are all money, so they're incredibly wealthy. Oh, that's like an emerald. Okay, we're gonna explore this, but first I gotta do push-ups and hydrate. 3 minutes? Okay. Oh, I'm not good in the 3-minute one. That's my worst one. Blitz. I'll be right back. I do have to pee-pee, so we will be right back. My apologies. Goodbye, Kimida. Wait, I don't need to do push-ups. It's not your birthday yet. Trying to make me do push-ups before your birthday. Make an announcement on Discord. I'm sure you'll clip it. I'd love to date him. If I beat his gym, he'd respect me to ask me out. Damn, everyone's scared of Richter. Lots of hotshot trainers pass through Lomas to fight Richter. They appreciate the town past its royal appearance. It's a shame. It is kind of cool that like it's a farm town. It's the 8th gem. You said it. Okay, I take it back. When we were younger, we never cooked together. The key to healthy is to mix it up. Okay, this is so random. Hey, what's up, Nico?
Hello there.
I am doing well. Listen, I'll do the push-ups when it's your birthday. Where you live, not where I live. Where I live, it's your birthday in 10 minutes. Where Yo lives, it's your birthday came already. Ooh, we could get a new Pokemon here. New Pokemon. What are we getting? Throw sock. I said throw and then I remembered it's not throw. Actually a cool Pokemon, but don't need you. Actually it would be cool to catch. I just don't want to catch too many, but like we have so many Pokemon, you know. What's this town called again? Lomas Town. I'm happy you're doing good. I'm doing good as well, Nico. My god, so it's a good Pokemon to train against though. Level 35. You're a patient child. Do you wish to receive a reward? No. It is important to maintain detachment from all things. Wait, I want a reward. I was joking. It is noble to accept a gift when one is offered. Mental herb. That was cool. When I wake up... Oh, are you going to sleep soon? Is that why? I could do a 10. I could wake up for you, I guess. Or I could do it when I wake up. That sounds better. I'll have more time to practice my push-ups, too. I'll give you a hint. Richter has a Garchomp. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. My boyfriend is really talented, but he couldn't beat the 8th gym. Damn, they're really hyping up the 8th gym leader, which makes me think I gotta train a lot. Do you ever take a break to reflect? And he's reflecting. That's funny. This is a big town. The worst kept secrets is the fact that the mart used it at extra storage. Ooh, so there's stuff in there. Free stuff. I love how storage in a Pokemon game is a Pokeball. Oh, okay, there's actually boxes. Never mind. There's actually storage. At 11 in the morning? No, 11's too early, bro. I'm sleeping at 11. Wait, Winston's... I don't want to fight you guys yet. Okay, so we have quite a few stuff to do here, actually. Let's keep exploring, though. Oh, stop it. This is such an awkwardly placed tree thing, but it makes sense. Wait, they say centuries of farming is what made Inko's Canyon so arid. Wonder if the same fate will befall here. That's cool. It's not cool, but... Probably came here looking for my bro. No. Oh, that's funny. He's not here at the moment. He gets lots of visitors, though. He's pretty popular. I'm not jealous. He basically raised me. Oh, that's cool. I know, this is a game, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's literally... I'm gonna wake you up so you won't be asleep. Thanks. You won't be able to wake me up. My phone is always on, My phone is always on, silent. Almost always, so... Okay, the Ecos Canyon... Ecos Canyon, we could catch a new Pokemon here as well, actually. Whoa, it's a desert. Oh my god, we could catch a Terrakion. Did we catch it, guys? Pretty high level, too. If you survive this earthquake, I'll catch you. I'll be honest, I didn't really want to catch him. Yo was like, oh my god, nice! And I just killed it. Listen, I didn't really want to catch it. Because we have a perfect team now. We don't need any legendaries, okay? That's how confident I am. Okay? F that. Unless there's a Rayquaza. That's the only thing I'll get. And I had Helping Hand. It probably... I defeated the 5th gym in Pokemon X. Nice. I'm done catching Pokemon in this Nuzlocke. No, that's not true. I'll try maybe for the next one or two. I could have... I'm actually an idiot. I forgot I have 2 Master Balls because items are randomized. So we could have used the Master Ball on it. Okay, now I feel dumb. Now I actually feel dumb. Goodbye, little cow. Is Terrakion a cow? You forget your sister or your PC in Roblox, they can wake you up in different ways. My sister will probably be at school or work. My PC will be shut off because I shut it off when I go to sleep. You literally cannot wake me up. No, my sister might wake me up. That might work. But she would be at school or work. Oh, Jolteon. Imagine we got a Jolteon instead. Jolteons are sexy. What does she do? She just stands there? Wait, Richter grew up hungry. That's why he's such a tough fellow. It's reassuring to see what a success he's made of himself. Oh, that's cool. And it's not cool that he grew up hungry, but... You know, the rest of that story is cool. You know what? We're gonna verse the trainers here, because, you know, I feel confident in our team. No, not here. We're not ready for the 8th gym. Level 45 is not that high. gonna use Earthquake. I know it wouldn't do much. Swagger. Oh, that could have been bad. Duocean. What's a Duocean? Oh, it's one of those dumb little ones. Just gonna use Flamethrower. I like Flamethrowing him. Okay, then sister it is. it won't work though. She won't be home. You know what? We're gonna use him again because ooh, he's so cool. I've not battled like this in years. Nice going, kid. Ooh. So you defeated my wife. She was never the greatest at battles. I'm the patriarch. Then why are you the second one to fight? You're definitely not the patriarch, bro. I'm just gonna earthquake. Oh, you levitate, don't you? Oh, critical hit. Jesus Christ. I gotta chill, bro. Oh, we can't. All right, we haven't used hyper potions in a while, though. Jesus Christ, I gotta chill. I gotta think a little bit at least. Yeah, bro, you can't wake me up. I could try to wake myself up for you, okay? I could try to be an amazing person, okay? It's hard, but I could try. Let's hyper potion. Ooh, nasty plot was not the right move. I have earthquake. I humbly accept my defeat. Maybe if you won, a lot of money is on the line. Don't worry, Pa. I'll take this kid down. Those old folks are rusty. I'm fresh blood. That sounds so funny. She looks really cool, actually, though. Let's rock slide. Yo, Survivor's just demolishing. Sunkern. Probably could have X-scissored, actually, but Zapdos. Okay, Zapdos is actually an interesting one. He dies to Ice and Rock, but Beartic doesn't die from electric, right? It's like the one thing he doesn't die from. Let's get him. Why'd you break my internet, man? Isn't that cool? I just added that like yesterday. I love it. Almost every night. Whoa, didn't expect that. Yeah, you have a Zapdos. Jesus, no way we're paying out the big bucks to some kid. You're also a kid. A Mew? What kind of Pokemon does this guy have? I'm gonna X-scissor you. Oh yeah, he could full restore because he's rich. Grovyle. Let's get you some XP here. Boom. Verizon Fios. Perfect. Jesus, the amount of legendaries they have. I guess I really am a Winston after all. You won. Come inside for your reward. I better get... What the hell is this guy doing? Look at him. My main account's not online no more. BRB? Okay. Everybody... No, you're the one pacing around the room. Not me. My bro's not taking your victory over him very well. This is a big house. Finally, there's a big house, but you still have no frickin' beds. Our battle was most enjoyable. I suppose you're here for the prize cash, aren't you? Well, a deal's a deal. $10,000. Oh, come on. That's nothing. Actually, that's not bad. That's actually a lot of money. It's like 10%. More than... I don't know math. It's a lot of money. Wait, why are you WTFing? Is that a lot of money or a little? I don't know. Alright, I'm a bit scared of the 8th gym, so we're gonna train a little bit to get all our guys... Level 50 seems so low now. Around 55. Sammy's live? Hey! Oh yeah, you talked to him before. What? You liked his vibes, Nico? We might raid him later then, if he's still online. Isn't the Canyon magnificent? Jesus. Not when you have a freaking Torkoal level 45. That's not that scary, actually. Chansey. You know what? I'm not scared of no Chansey. Just put me to sleep. Just like me to all my viewers. Let's just dig. He won't see that coming. Dragon Dance? Yo, let's... Oh, Dragon Dance doesn't actually help much. Because it increases attack, not special attack. Speed is useful, but his speed is pretty high already. So we're just going to stop learning it. Finally found me. We could train in the canyon, so that should be fine. For the 8th gym. Get what I deserve. So give me reason. Jesus, Tail will give like no XP. According to this canyon used to be a lake. Jesus. It's actually kind of crazy. Yo, Deoxys pops up so often, bro. Okay, Deoxys gives good XP though. Hey Mills, what's up?
Hello?
How you doing? How is the life? Slaking. Slaking means fighting would do good. We don't really have fighting moves. Let's just use Earthquake. Oh, I forgot it's a freaking slaking. Oh, Earthquake killed it. I was like thinking Slack Off or something. Damn, this trainer has insane Pokemon. Ooh. Actually, a Substitute is a great move to use against me. Well, not that good. It's pretty much dead now. Underestimated. I love how I use spikes. I hit it for the Pokemon. The Pokemon League is this way? What the hell? Where is everyone? I don't know. Some people are here. Reason. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? If he killed me, I would cry. Alright. Jesus Christ, Tirakiananan. Alright, I gotta be really careful. This is actually really dangerous. I need to... Oh my god, no, stop it. Like, let me escape. Jesus Christ. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, that was scary. Here, uwu. There you go. Yo, Mills. I'm pretty sure you guys haven't met. Say hi. I guess. I don't know. People lurk more often lately, I feel. Bro, like, this is so annoying. Can you, like... Jesus Christ. He's doing it, like, on purpose. I'm just gonna have this Pokemon out from now on. Savior is gonna be out from now on. Oh my god, that was... He's on. We're gonna train here for a while. Too scary. We're gonna train here. I think he's gonna have like level 55 Pokemon. At least his highest Pokemon will be. Is my assumption. Cross this winter divide. Welcome back, Nathan. There's Nathan. Oh, I'm not gonna lose Savior. Savior is a savior. If I lose him, I'll lose him like against the champion. Watch me lose him right here. Oh! He used counter. Okay, we're not versing Sock. Actually, Sock might have... Does he have Mirror Coat? If he doesn't have Mirror Coat, I could use special attacks on him. But Jesus, that was scary. Please. I know, I'm sorry. I'm dumb, okay? You know how dumb I am. Got food? Nice. Yes, Jolteon, keep popping up. The game knows what I want. Earthquake is so good, though. I'm gonna try Earthquake against Sock if he... Actually, no, I'm not versing him. Counter is just too scary. If I Earthquake and he has red life and he kills me... Drill Run! Rotating his body like a drill, the user crashes into the foe. Yo, what? I have Earthquake. Why would I want Drill Run? That just sounds terrible. Sudeku, Supupu, We could use Ice against Jolteon. What kills him? I wonder how much Shadow Claw would do. We're gonna try different moves and see what kills him. Icicle? Ooh, Icicle Crash looks to be the best move to use against him. Should play Super Mario Odyssey? I played it at a friend's house before. I don't have it, but I do want to play Super... The thing is, I want to concentrate a lot on... Jesus, he keeps paralyzing me. It's really annoying, actually. I want to concentrate a lot on, like, one... I want to try to stream a lot on one type of game. So right now, I want to do Pokemon a lot until I feel more comfortable and kind of like a bigger streamer or whatever. On other games, you know? So that I could go to other games and kind of feel okay. Because, I want to try to grow as well. That being said, I think I'm going to try to push for weekends to be more like around community games. So right now we have watching videos with chat on the weekend. I'd like to add Mario and possibly chess and other stuff too. And sometimes we play community games after Pokemon. So there's that too. You gonna eat sushi tomorrow? Let's go. I know you like sushi, so that's great. Right? You do like sushi. You know how I'm God Monkey? Well, I want you to play Poppy Playtime. What's that? I mean, yes, my lord. I will do whatever you say. Oh, I'm a genius. I knew that Rock Tomb is super effective. Ha ha ha. What about your YouTube channel? My YouTube channel is pretty much all Pokemon content now. I privated all my other videos. I want to make a bunch of Pokemon videos, and then I'll unprivate the ones I made before. And yeah, that's the plan for now. Thank you, Nathan. Good mod. You're modding very good today. I mentioned YouTube. Boom. Self-promo. But it's not self-promo if the mod does it. If a mod does it. Makes me feel better. If Nathan does it. Yes, he keeps using his moves instead of... Okay, nope. Instead of Thunder Waving. There it is. Okay, good time to go heal, though. We did take some damage. Poppy Playtime. I'll write it down. And maybe we do it this weekend. For anyone who doesn't know, I have to make a thingy for God Monkey as well. But you could see it in the channel rewards if you scroll. God Monkey, basically, you could make me play a game once a month. And you're on screen, depending if we're playing community games. You'll figure it out this Saturday. Yes, I will figure out life this Saturday. What's this Saturday again? We're watching videos, I think. Yeah. Okay, Hail. Hail is actually useful because of his thing. So what do I take out? We almost never used Aerial Ace, and we have Fly on Charizard. Rock Tomb seems to be useful for some reason. Rock Tomb just seems to be useful. We don't really have rock moves on anyone else. So we're going to take out Aerial Ace here. Even though Rock Tomb doesn't have the best accuracy. And then if you look at Ice, he ups evasion in Hail. So like Hail is kind of useful. And I think Ice moves are also buffed in Hail. Right? Lasting 5 turns, damages all Pokemon except... I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Can you zoom in on Dogcam? Oh, you want to zoom in on his butt, bro? You want me to zoom in on his butt? What I could do... He's sitting on the top, which I didn't expect him to do. I have it... Here, let me fix it. What it meant to me will bet to me be a memory of a time I got too hard, got so far. You see what I did essentially is I cropped it, okay? You're not gonna hear the music now, unfortunately, but... So if I crop... See that? If I crop like... I mean, his head is essentially there. His head is essentially there. All right, I think that's a little better. I thought that's a dog, but it was its face. Oh, no. That's not his face. Threw me back then, but it all took back to me in the end. Oh my god, the paralyzing is actually a little annoying. So far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Had to fall to lose it all. Icicle. Rock beats ice, so Icicle, I don't know how much that would do, actually. I put my trust in you. Pushed as far as I can go. Do you guys know this song? There's only one thing you should know. Pushed as in you. Pushed as far as I can go. For all this. Yeah, he sits in a way that's not best for the camera, but I can't, I can't change that. I guess I can. I can move him, but I don't want to do that. And got so far. Nathan, are you gonna be up at midnight your time? Wait, am I gonna be streaming at midnight your time? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Oh, never mind. I won't be streaming at that time. Never mind. I was thinking I'll just do it then, but the push-ups. I heard it before, but I forgot the name. Ooh, exclamation point song if you want to see the name, but it's by Linkin Park. So what? Ain't got so far in the. It's called In the End. I had to like sing it to remember. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Put my trust in you. He keeps trying to paralyze me, but he paralyzed me so much already. Then, there we go. I think we have one icicle left. Might as well go heal, but hey, we hit it. Okay, almost level 45. Good place to train for him at least. Decent, pretty good place to train. I wonder what EVs Jolteon gives though. I'm assuming speed and something. I don't know. One more. Oh, not against Sock. We don't want Ice to die. I should have named someone Yo. Wait, oh no, we did name some. We ended up naming someone Yo, right? No, we didn't. Oh, we have a full team. Nyx and Nuzlocke. Are you gonna play the new Demon Slayer game? I didn't even know there was a new Demon Slayer game. Maybe? I don't know. When did it come out? Alright, we have to train somewhere else for Kingdra. Ooh, Dragon Pulse? Dragon Pulse? I don't want to go against Cryog. No, he doesn't give good. He's a bit annoying. Okay, he's a bit annoying to take out with Kingdra. Oh, he'll be good practice for Aladdin actually. Oh, actually, well, he's ice, right? But I think we'll one-shot him every time, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. And now there's an Aeron. What is that timing? Alright, really? Now it's like different Pokemon? Really? What? What the hell? I feel like it does really depend what Pokemon you use, which one that pops up. Okay, if I put the Demon Slayer Season 2 song? Yeah, you could put it. It's whatever already. Add PP, hold the answer. Oh. Hold answer. Jesus. Yes, Dragon Pulse 1 hits Rayquaza. That's great. We just need to run into more Rayquaza. Oh, yes. That XP is going to come in like it's nothing. Yes. Oh my god, that's great. Ew, you have Bullet Seed? Oh yeah, you're like a grass guy. The answer was yes. Dragon Pulse. I love it. Yeah, let's go heal up. Let's go heal up. It kind of takes long to get back to this area. Okay, thanks. No worries. Are you gonna get the new Demon Slayer game, Nico? Are any of you guys gonna get the new Demon Slayer game? didn't even know there was a new Demon Slayer game, but yeah. Wait, we have to go to Rayquaza area. Oh, it's so far away, though. We could just avoid versing certain Pokemon, though, like Golduck. Bro, are you serious? We just had Rayquaza, no. Pumpakaboo, there we go. I mean, it is probability. This is Demon Slayer game? Apparently. You want me to play that next week? Depending on the price, I might. Wartortle. Oh, that'd be so cool if we had Blastoise. Just such a cool Pokemon. We're running into way too many other Pokemon. Let's try here. How much would Dragon Pulse do? Oh, Ice Beam. He has Ice Beam. And it did so much freaking damage. Watch the... Well, he crit hit, that's why, but... No risks on Nuzlocke, baby. Very annoying to train, though. How much would Dragon Pulse do? Oh, Dragon Pulse takes out Jolteon in one hit. And we're faster. Except when we're not faster. I don't even think Jolteon has an electric move, now that I think of it. It used Pin Missile, Thunder Wave. What else? Something else. Oh, it has Thunder Fang. Oh yeah, but Thunder... I keep forgetting. Thunder is actually not super effective. I'm stupid. Because he's part Dragon type. I always forget about that. If you're still doing one God stream a month, but if you do 2 stream, yes. Yeah, I'm still doing 1 for now. Okay, so my plan is basically, once I get big enough where... I'm saying once, not if. Confidence. Once I get... You know what? Let's Dragon Pulse him. Oh, it works. Oh, that actually works perfectly. I wonder how much Surf will do. Ooh. Yeah, we'll just Dragon Pulse for safe measure. Once I get big enough that I can rely on streaming for, like, making money, and I don't do Uber Eats and I kind of just concentrate on streaming, I think I'm going to stream a lot more hours. And then, like, stuff like God Monkey and stuff like that will be more frequented. And yeah, I think I'll stream more. I'll probably stream like 8 to 10 hours a day. Because I was streaming 8 hours at a certain point. And that was fun, but it just wasn't that practical. Now that I'm doing like more... Now that I'm going to be going back to Uber Eats and stuff, I don't know how useful it is to stream many hours, you know? The good thing about doing a lot of hours, though, right now, is I could get through games a bit faster, so I could put more content on YouTube, I guess, and grow faster. Like, if I would think of it like that, but you know, there's obviously benefits and disadvantages to cons to everything. Was there only Chrysogenic here? Or whatever his name is? Blaziken. Flying is super effective on Blaziken, right? Yeah, because he's fighting. So one stream a month for 10 years. Do you think it would take me that long to grow? I don't think it'll take me that long. I could have flamethrowed against Pumpkaboo. I feel more confident in myself, essentially because KFC. Do I want to verse Rayquaza? Not really. I feel more confidence because I'm actually sticking to one thing for once. I'm not going like like before I was doing just content galore, you know? Just different type of content all the time. Oh, use Shadow Sneak. Maybe. Come on. No confidence? I don't think it's gonna be a fast process at all, but you know what? Nah, I don't want to verse Rayquaza. Rayquaza is just he's so sexy. I think growing to... I think if I had around 100 concurrent viewers at all times, I'd probably be comfortable to stream full-time. That's my assumption in my head. And I have no idea how long that takes. Like, if I actually make a good Pokemon video on YouTube and it blows up, like, it can be much faster. But if I make, like, 10 videos and it takes very long, it could be a year, you know, 3 years. But my hope is within a year, I'm doing decently on Twitch and decently on YouTube so that I'm still doing Uber Eats, but I feel comfortable to move out with the money I'm making off Uber Eats and Twitch and YouTube. That's the plan. I guess not in a year, even. Wait, am I stupid? I could have just healed up here. By August, September-ish time. That was a cool song. I like the Demon Slayer song. Oh, they're all like 10 levels below, but they're not giving much XP because it's Pumpkaboo. Ooh, a different Pokemon. Mareep gives like nothing too, though. We got Munchlax. That just died. Munchlax with leftovers. I want to catch it just for leftovers. Whoa, it takes way too long here. These Pokemon just... Oh, you know what? We have Dragon Rage. I could actually... Ugh. Let's see how much Fly does. Air Slash. Let's just Fly again. Oh, he has Rest? Oh, Fly's actually great against Rayquaza. Oh, we just have to Fly twice. Okay. Then I feel blessed. There's one streamer that has almost all the views that has Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Yeah, this is not the only Pokemon game I'll be streaming, though. So I'll be in different categories, you know? But I'm hoping to grab people from... grab them by the... No, I'm joking. Grab people from YouTube, you know? Oh, he just used Rock Slide. Or... Yeah. Jesus. Why? How do you miss... Wait, how much... Ugh, it has 95 accuracy Fly. For some reason, I thought it had 100. I feel like in some games that had 100. And just breaking at the text and let this music make it fly. I, in the sky. I should just flamethrower. I don't know why I flew against him. Yeah, so you're going back on YouTube? No. That's not what that means. I did think of going back on YouTube, but I don't think I will. Not in the near future, anyway. If I do it. I should Mega Evolve against Rayquaza. I didn't even think of that. Imagine I got Rayquaza. Oh, I actually had an opportunity to get Rayquaza there. Alright, let's use Flamethrower. Let's go. I'm an idiot. I could just Flamethrower all of those guys. Of the Cryopatio guys or whatever. How about gambling? Bringing back gambling. I mean, we have gambling now in terms of Twitch points. I think I would make Twitch points gambling more of a thing, or like betting points against each other. Once there's more people to bet against, you know. And like mods would like hold those things and stuff like that, or I would do them. But they're never gonna really go back to the way they were before, I think, when we were streaming on YouTube. Less than everything would be alright then. Just breaking up that sex and let this music make it fly. I'll see your eyes. You know what? Let's just fly against him. Yeah, that didn't do much. And that was... Can Aaron stop it? Jerusalem. I guess you can bet here. Plus, I do want to go over to other types of games in the future. But yeah. Especially like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Give it a rod, give it a rod, give it a rod, give it a rod, give it a... Okay, he has counter. I don't know if it's... How much will Flamethrower... Okay, Flamethrower... Actually, Jolteon's like the best Pokemon to train against, it looks like. It's just like, I could one-hit KO him. Yeah, you... Welcome, elusive Peach. You're very elusive, yeah? I bet you get that a lot. Sorry. I'm gonna leave now. Only one reality. We're gonna train them. So what we do here is we play Pokemon games, Nuzlocks, We're doing an easy Nuzlocke now because we just finished a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke. We're doing randomizer Nuzlocke here, and we're just training everyone to level 55 before the 8th gen. Yeah. We're just gonna verse Jolteons. I don't want to think. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Your profile peach is your profile peach. Your profile picture is a peach, and it looks like a butt. Nice. I'm doing good. I am doing amazing. I started off the stream a bit sleepy, but I'm good now. Jesus, stop gambling, Nathan. I didn't even know you could gamble. Less than everything would be alright then just... Oh, wait, he's level 55. What am I doing? Wait, is he? He is. Alright, we got a last Pokemon to level 50... I'm an idiot. Last Pokemon to level 55. Let's go... I, in the sky. Ooh, Psychic kills him one shot, which is awesome. Which makes sense. I'm ripe and juicy, duh. True. Bets don't work. Good. I mean, that sucks. Do we Thunderbolt a Jolteon? No, we just Psychic it. What are you, stupid? We could just Psychic everything here. I wish we had a better Fairy move, though. I want to see how much... Oh, Thunderbolt does literally nothing, because he has a something. Psychic literally demolishes everything, though, so... Did I use Thunderbolt by accident there? Oh, finally, Thunderbolt is useful here. And I forgot we have leftovers. So you cannot die, Leah. We need leftovers, even if you die. That means I can't lose points, so I'm gonna keep doing it. But if it doesn't matter, why are you doing it? But okay. You do you, bro. Jesus, he survived. That's not a good sign. Do not survive, Sock. There you go. Stupid Sock. So how is a life, Peach? Do you like Pokemon? Do you like anime music? We usually have a lot of anime music here. It's like your favorite song, Nathan? The heck, bro? It's so catchy. Psychic is good here. You're not new, Nathan. You're a teenager? Okay, Psychic. There's Psychic. We actually run out of Psychics faster than we take damage, which is kind of cool. You love... Hey, Yesek, what's up? Shutterping, I mean hi. Long time no see. How's life, bro? How's life? You love Pokemon? Let's go. Nice. What's your favorite Pokemon? Oh my god. Stop surviving, Sock. Swarm. Yeah. Ooh, Dream Eater. No, you have Dream Eater? We had Hypnosis when we took it out. So it's half the damage inflicted on sleeping foe. Jesus. Dream Eater does 100 damage? That kind of makes me want to take out Drain Kiss and Calm Mind. And put back Hypnosis. If I have Hypnosis... Wait, I don't need Psychic. Wait, hear me out, guys. We have Hypnosis. We use Hypnosis. We use Dream Eater. We use Calm Mind. We don't even need Calm Mind, actually. Do I want to run that way, though? Oh my god. Dream Eater. It's too much risk. I'm not gonna do it. Because Hypnosis is too much risk, so... Pikachu? Yes, you can request songs. I've been lazy to open Twitch. You did it yesterday. Oh, how's Lux doing? I haven't seen Lux in a while. Yeah, if you want to know how to add music... Oh, you got it. Okay. Britney Spears. Ping watching videos. Ping playing Pikachu. Yeah, we watch videos once a week. You should come in for those. And you could send in videos so we could watch together. So that's pretty fun on Saturday nights. Pikachu's a very normie answer, but that's cool because I don't really hear that answer often. You know, I never ask you what's your favorite Pokemon. Rayquaza. Rayquaza is my favorite Pokemon. It's a hard question to answer, but Rayquaza is my favorite Pokemon. He's just so cool. I liked him since the beginning. You know, like it's just so good. Lux streams on Mondays. Clear's not around anymore though. He only streams on Mondays though. I remember he streams Valorant, right? Headed to sleep soon. What time is it for you, if you don't mind me asking, of course. You are very elusive, so you might not answer, which is fine, you know. Seakick. We just Seakick. Wait, what level is he? 53. I thought it said 58 for a second. I'm like, why am I still training here? Lux loves playing Valorant. We don't have any more. We gotta run away. And I love playing Pokemon. I like playing Pokemon also because there's a lot of, like, off time where I'm grinding, where we could just chill and talk, you know? What was your first Pokemon game? It was either Leaf Green or Emerald. I don't remember. I think it was... I'm gonna... A Tyranitar. Jesus, it's like a 1% chance of popping up. We haven't seen one of them. It's 11 p.m.? Ah. So you're 1 hour behind me. So that's like CST or something? I think, right? Oh, okay. Cool. I'm good. Let's play words on stream? Nah. Also means unique and hard to achieve. Nice. Yeah, it's 12:32. I know what time it is for you, Yesek. We're on the same time. Daylight savings time just happened here too, so now we're on the same time. Because otherwise we're on different times sometimes, right? Do the push-ups? No, it's not your birthday yet. I can't do the push-ups. It has various meanings. It is a great word. When are you gonna get to level 40? Why is Tyranitar popping up now? It's my birthday your time. It's not my birthday. It's not your birthday. Now, to be honest, I was gonna do it tomorrow night on tomorrow night's stream, which makes the most sense, no? Unless you're gonna be busy like all night tomorrow, because you said you're gonna go to sushi. But are you gonna be busy all night? Will you be able to jump into stream for like 10 minutes for your birthday? For your birthday push-ups and for your birthday song? It's not your birthday yet. I think you change the time sometimes. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we actually just changed the time. Do you play any other games? Yeah. So right now we're doing Pokemon almost exclusively, but sometimes we do community games after a couple hours of Pokemon. Probably not tonight though. Possibly tomorrow night. When we beat the game, we're either gonna shut off stream or go into community games, which might be today or tomorrow actually. So. Oh, you're not sure? Fine, I'll do it. I really don't want... Oh, we just trained everyone to level 55 too. God damn it. I wasn't ready for this. I was gonna prep tomorrow. Turn this up? I can't turn it up, but I hope it's loud enough. Oh, nice emote. Is that you? Ping, you know I like you, but Pokemon's not my cup of tea. Yeah, I know. What do I do? Wait, why am I training? I promised him to do 50 push-ups for anyone who doesn't know. 100 push-ups. Well, I have to do 50 push-ups right now. I promised him a year ago that I would do it. Wait, it's kind of loud, the music, no? Okay. 50 push-ups. God damn it. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a teacup Pokemon, yeah. That was a good one. My style is kind of different when everyone's playing Generation 6 and Omega Ruby and stuff. I was playing Pokemon Yellow. Oh, that's funny. Do you like Pokemon Yellow? We do have music almost all the time here now, though, Yesik. That's something you like. Okay. Push-up time. I don't know how I'm gonna do this actually. Let me think. I was gonna prep this for tomorrow, bro. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Do I pause the music? No. Yeah, I'll pause the music, okay? Okay. Actually, I don't need to pause the music. Boom. I just added to the scene. You see my dog's butt? Well, I'm gonna do push-ups. Oh my god, 50 push-ups? I'm not gonna do this well, bro. Oh. You know what? Let me go on Twitch on my phone, so I can see if it's like if you guys could see it or not. You know? Okay. Can do 50 push-ups right now. God damn it. Why, God? Why? Was that okay? I don't think you guys could see it. I'll do it later. Bro, I don't feel like setting it all up. I'm sorry. I'll do it tomorrow, okay? I'll do it tomorrow. Your birthday's not here now anyway. Harry? I am Harry, I'm sorry. Stop showing us the dog, but... Hairless. I've seen that pose in one video. We'll only see arm. Look. You said... Ah! Hey, there's doggy. You're the one that said on your birthday. Your birthday is not until tomorrow, okay? So, yeah. I was gonna do it tomorrow anyway. Why'd you have to pressure me? You pressured me. You pressured me and it hurt. Why? Why would you do that? I'm not doing 100 push-ups tomorrow. I can't do that. That's hot. That's not hot, but okay. Alright, let's see what's in here. That's what she said? I don't know. All you need to get through is to push the rocks and the buttons. Okay, let's see what level Pokemon they're gonna have. Let's change the background to the gym background. Do you have the fortitude to get through this gym? He's trying to sound cool. What a loser. Level 48. Okay, so we should be fine. Kabuto. Psychic is just a great move. Perhaps you do. We don't have strength. Oh, we don't need it here. You said you do 50 on my birthday and the other 50 the next day. Yes! Oh, thank you for the alert. Arigato gozaimasu. I appreciate it. Thanks for popping in. You can see more if you like the vibes. Yeah, these are the vibes. I don't know. I'm just lost half the time. All I was trying to do was make it quicker. Yeah, I know, but I'm a loser. So we're gonna end up doing it tomorrow when it's your birthday. Tomorrow for you. Either way it works, all right? Either way I go for the thing. Hey, this is the 8th gym. All right, what happens if I press this? Wait, what? He said press the rocks. Do I need strength in this gym? Okay, it looks like I'll need strength. What a crazy gym. Yeah. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Cool song. Yeah, I stream Thursday. Yeah, that's why I said it. Because I knew Wednesday and Thursday. And I would get ready because obviously for the camera and for my well-being because I can't do 50 push-ups yet. Yeah, bro, yeah. All right, let's see who to teach strength to. I also want to see where the move the leader is. Nespine Town. We're gonna get rid of Cut. Jesus Christ, we've had Cut way too long. According to what I wrote down, Nespine Town has it. Party man gonna light down. Nespine Town, there we go. Na 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 wow wow. Yes, I'm the move deleter. Yes! Get rid of this godforsaken move. Okay, now that he doesn't have Cut, we're actually lit. You know why, guys? If you don't know why, you'll see right now. Because we had access to a move that I wanted to teach him. I just don't remember what move. It was a good move, too. Was it oh, I think it was Dragon Claw. Yeah. we have a I don't even know why he can learn Dragon Claw. It's so random. Let's teach someone Strength. So many people could learn it. Who do we teach it to, though? It has 80 attack, which is not bad. We could take out X-Scissor. X-Scissor is actually useful because of type effectiveness. But what does Bug even kill? Bug defeats what? Bug defeats Grass, but we already have Fire to defeat Grass. Bug defeats Psychic. We already have Ghost to defeat Psychic. And it beats Dark. Bug defeats Dark, which... Oh, actually that's useful against Dark types. But I'm not too scared against Dark types. Because we could use Pokemon that are like neutral against Dark, and we should be okay. Alright, let's fly back. Where was it? At Cell City, oh no, Lomas. This is such a weird town also. It's cool that they made a small town like for the 8th gen. I really like that idea. So what we're gonna gain access to soon is pushing through the canyon and then Eco's town. Oh my god. Pokemon League is here? What the hell? I didn't even realize that. And then I'm wondering when I get access to this. Oh, now that I have Strength, I might have access to Rhymewood. Boo, the ice. I didn't hear the TTS. Did it even go through? Or it can't read, maybe it can't read maybe I can't read ice. It is a bit laggy though, I feel today. My apologies, I suppose. Let me give you back the points for that. Wait, I can't give you points for that? What the heck? Yeah, I don't know why everything's so laggy today. Oh, I have to scroll all the way down. No, I can't give you points for it. Oh my god. Let me think. It doesn't let me give points. I know why. I'm gonna fix it right now, I think. TTS. Edit. Redemption skip. Oh no, that's not what it is. Why doesn't it? It doesn't let me. Refund. Points. I'll have to check into that. Sorry about that. I did listen to your song. You put that song on a lot. I already know it. I knew it was your song just by hearing it. Sorry about that, Nathan. Oh, yeah, you have to put the 1-minute version. Otherwise, if you just do I, it goes the 10-hour version. And that's banned. Alright. I don't think we ended up teaching Strength to anyone. Who can get... Oh, no, we did. We taught it to Savior. I get it. I've heard this one too. This is funny. Oh, there. Oh, I like that. Kingler. Perfect. Oh, this song's so low. I give up. Why are there workers in here? That's kind of interesting. What is this? That was professional, right? Is this a teleporter? Oh, it literally teleported me to the beginning. Let's do that. Ooh, this is tricky. Oh, wait, did I screw this up? I think I screwed this up. Oh no, I didn't. I'm a genius. No. Oh, that's fine. You got enough of it? Me too. Good decision to skip. Let's go with Psychic. Ooh, this is not a good matchup. Let's just go Flamethrower. I'm not really scared with Aladdin too. He's gonna carry us to victory. I think Shadow. Yeah. Wow, that did a lot. Fire Spin. Yeah, we don't need no Fire Spin. Dance. Is that good dancing? Hey, we did it! What the hell is this? Wait, I'm too stupid for this. Let's go through it first. Those are cool puzzles, though. Just so... Pink's neck was twerking. Exactly. Bro, I've only twerked once in my life. That's not true. I've only twerked a couple of times in my life, and I will not twerk now, okay? I'm sorry. But that's just life, okay? Tangela. Chest is nearing crazy levels. Ampharos. Perfect. Earthquake, get out of here. You worked hard for that victory. I did. I always work hard. Butt twerk? Okay, I'm butt twerking. But you guys can't see it. Wait. Wait, what? If I push this one in. Oh, I get it. No, that was a mistake. I'm an idiot. I got it now, but... Wait, does it reset? Oh, it resets. Oh, okay, that's not bad. The new update of Among Us looks awesome. Cool. Do it and you won't need to do the refund? I can do the refund. I honestly can. I don't know why. But fine. I'll butt twerk for like 2 seconds. Okay. The things I do for you guys. The new ping pong update looks cool. We got new channel rewards. Guess what? I'm alive because of a mistake. Listen, it happens, man. It happens to the best of us. Okay, what I'm supposed to do here, which I understand now because I'm a genius. Wait, what? It's... I'm actually a genius. This was accidental genius-ry. Ooh! Wait, no. Oh, yes! I'm a genius. Oh my god. I'm actually a genius. That is so cool. Je la poupou, je la poupou. That's what I hear when I hear French songs. Are you able to keep going? Jesus, there's some more obstacles? For need. Tell me. What do you need to note? Whoa! What the hell? Whoa, what is this song? Shee, who put this song? The family-friendly news song? That is messed up, bro. Oh, we could verse the gym later. We're not gonna verse him yet. I just want to go, wait. I just want to go heal up. I wonder if it's gonna reset. Is it gonna reset? What a good game. It didn't reset. Good job. Thank you, game. Okay, the moment of truth. The moment of truth. Will we win? Or will we lose? Such a weird song, bro. A weird song. I don't know how I feel about that. Ha! Song request. Ha ha. No, it's not, you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay for it, Yesik. It's so other people... How do you not know you're a mod? It's so other people don't, So one person can't spam like 20 songs in a row. So everyone has a chance to put music on. You could put more music once one of your songs finishes. Welcome, Challenger. I'm Richter. Oh, this battle's no joke. Enough talk. Ooh, he's going right for it, bro. Yo, he's hot. What the hell? That guy looks mad cool. Look at him. He's a bit thick, but you know, it's fine. We've literally had no free requests on for a long time. Level 50, Jesus. I'm happy we changed all our guys to 55. Okay, Icicle Crash should kill him. Let's go! One hit KO. What's next? Flaffy. Let's go. Oh, wrong Pokemon. Savior, you're gonna save us. You can't say that he was not here for a long time. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. But he's a mod. Kabutops. But it's okay, because I'm a nice guy. I'm joking. How has life been, by the way? Just generally. We're gonna keep Savior on, because he's a freaking savior. Let's go! One-hit KOs. What does Slugu die to? Is it just a dragon type? Okay, it is. It dies to that. Let's go Seahorse. A bit risky, but I'm not really scared. Oh my god. Yes. Oh, that was a bit scary. Aromatizes. I could untime out myself. Wait, can you actually? Antimice. Isn't Antimice, what is this stupid Pokemon's name? Isn't that the water guy? Wait, what is this Pokemon? Oh, this guy. Isn't he like a grass or something? What is he? He's a fairy type. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So Steel Poison will kill him. So let me not keep Seahorse out here. Let's go with Aladdin. Probably should have changed into Aladdin earlier. This should be easy clap right here. Jesus. Oh yeah, not easy clap. Flamethrower. Get out of here, Rector. It is my honor to reward you with the badge. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We got the last badge, baby. Let's go. Mods can untime out people. Yeah, but can you do yourself? I'm here right now. Do I give you permission? If Nathan is okay with getting timed out, sure. Hard work is its own reward, but work alone is no way to live. That wisdom is something I've earned. So you two have earned this. Aw, that's so cool, bro. What a cool guy. Earthquake! Oh, this is just like the first gym. Oh, we don't. I got so excited, but we literally have Earthquake on our guy. But Earthquake is still an amazing TM we could use on someone else. There's a lot of great TMs they give us in this game. We could give it to Aladdin too and Chest. Chest. Yo, bye dig. We don't need no dig. We have freaking Earthquake now. Let's see what Aladdin could learn. I'm actually happy with his moveset. Earthquake would definitely be an amazing move on him, but he's a special attacker. So yeah, I think he's fine like this. A girl texted you? Oh, how'd it go? My mod account can just untime me out. True. He has so many accounts, you will never win, Jessic. Jessic. Oh, ad? Oh, sorry. The ad finished? Okay. Yeah, the ads, I don't control them anymore. Twitch changed up their rules, unfortunately. There was one guy here, but that's... You were texting a girl? Ooh la la. One of these guys said they were gonna give me something. You have to leave town forever. One of them said they were gonna give me an item if I beat him. Like a Mega Evolution item. Where can I go? I don't remember who it was. I don't think it was them. My Monica. So what you said? A random girl texts me. I don't know who she is. Oh, they'll give you happiness. What will give you happiness? Where was? No, I don't think they'll give me happiness. I think they're supposed to give me an item. It might be here actually. Charizard and Blastoise. Here's Charizard. He gave me Charizard X. Yo, let's go. We don't need it, but if we had it, it is cursed. You should be sorry. Like, if we look at his stats, his special attack is actually lowered. He could have been even better. So what we could do is we could increase his attack and basically give him moves like Earthquake. Ooh, this is a new song. Dragon Claw. And Dragon Claw with Stab with X would be insane. The only thing is if he goes into X form, he has more weaknesses or less? I don't remember. Well, it's cool that we could kind of change it up. So that's actually really cool. What do you know about the others? I know about Emily because she's my sister. None of... Doctor comes through and then he comes through for the points and leaves or lurks. I'm not sure. Here, the times don't really work for him. Nuggets doesn't come by too often anymore. Yeah. He came by recently, though. Yeah, things have changed. Every time I change games, people come and go. It's unfortunate. Some people stay, though. Jesus, I forgot about this. Oh my god. Can you let me leave? This Pokemon is so annoying. At this point, I'm gonna just train them all to level 60. I want to... Okay, let me see. Herschel. Pokemon. Gaia. I want to see what his level Pokemon he has. Oh, his highest level Pokemon is 60. So we don't need to train to level 60 actually, but that's safer. Should we be safe, guys, or should we just go in? Let's just go in. We'll just go in for now. We're not up to Pokemon League yet anyway. You should do Genshin? Well, Nugget was my love for 1 week. Yeah, that was an interesting time during that 24-hour stream. Go in? Alright, we're going in. We're going in. We're doing it! We don't have Rock Smash, though. We do have Strength, which I completely forgot about, which gives us access to certain areas that we didn't have access to before. Just let me escape! Jesus Christ. These Pokemon are so annoying. Okay, I already versed her. This area is also a little annoying. Does this guy not verse you? Don't go 60. Don't go to 60? Why? You want it to be a little harder, right? Oh, he used Aqua Jet. He was faster. Curum? Why does he have Curum? I'll go with Seahorse. The song's about being a stepdad. You can be my stepdad. No thanks. Sorry. Dragon Pulse should one-hit KO. Let's go. Jesus, the Pokemon here are insanely fast. So we're going to go to Chess since he's the highest level guy. Go to 60, but don't go in, I mean. Oh, I see. Yeah, we'll go... I want to get to the next area, I guess. These Pokemon are so annoying. I need to buy repels. It's like every second. I wonder, do you think community would thrive in an environment like this? Oh, that's cool, because some communities do. Is there nothing here? It's not Christmas, guys. Luxus. Christmas is not here. Oh my god, this Pokemon's gonna... Okay, we don't have this, unfortunately, so we don't have access to that. We'll pretty much have everything we want, though, so it's not a big deal. Am I near the town yet? That's what I'm thinking. I bet you've never seen my Pokemon before. I have seen that Pokemon before. Oh, Dragon Claw. Okay, can we not die, please? Can we not die? Can we not die? Thank you. Let's put him up first. Do we need Rock Smash to go here? What the heck? No, he's gonna want to verse me. I'll heal up your Pokemon. Okay, good. Did I miss anything? Of course I did. I missed you. Bruh. I already know that, yes. Do I remember count 1 and 2? Yes. Yes, I do. I was like, that's cute. Bro, you should just tell him and get it over with, no? This time will be different. No, it won't. I'm gonna beat you. Unless you kill one of my Pokemon, then it'll be different. So he should theoretically be weaker than the gym leader. But he already has higher level Pokemon. And he has a fair. He's gonna use a fairy move. So let's go into Aladdin. Get out of here, Trapinch. Trapinch dies by ice. I'm pretty sure. That's Icicle Crash. Let's go. Mienfoo is fighting. What is this? We're not taking risks. Come on, Aladdin. You got this, baby. Did he use bounce? Let's go. Get out of here. Yo, we're gonna... Yo, he's actually one of our... He's probably our best guy, Aladdin, too. Thanks for skipping. I wish I would have killed you on Nick. Ugh. You guys are annoying about that. I'm cool with that. This type is different, though. Oh, okay. Yo, all your Pokemon are going down to Aladdin, too. Let's go, baby. Ooh, should we go starter against starter? Level 51. That's pretty high. Oh, my God! Focus Slash! Oh my god, we got so lucky! Yo! Oh my god! Yo! Oh my god! Right when Diego comes in. What's up, Diego?
Hello there.
Oh, I used the wrong move against him by accident because I was just chilling. Jesus, he's actually powerful. Okay, 2 Dragon Pulses kills him, though. Oh. I didn't expect any less. Being less invested in winning actually made that way more fun. Nice. The elders will probably try to get it. Let's beat them to the punch. See you in the town. He's a pretty good trainer, though. I don't want to go there yet. I want to go to the town. Bro. Alright, we gotta surf against him. No! Don't kill Seahorse. Oh my god, bro. The freaking Pokemon is so... Where is this next area? Are you kidding me? You couldn't at least heal my guys? Dumb. You had to... No, you're dumb, Diego. Maybe heal. But I didn't have to run. Because I tried to run before, and his speed is insane or something. I'm not able to run. So I would have died if I listened to you. Okay? Why is this area... Or maybe not died, but... Why is this area so large? So many rock... Why is... I don't want rock smash. You wouldn't want to get lost in this canyon. Yeah, I don't. I don't want to get lost in this canyon. You're right. You should meditate. Chesto. I need all these Pokemon that have items. I have to come back here later. I have to definitely come back here later. I don't want to tell him because I'm his mod. I'm probably the most active person over there. And if he doesn't feel that way, it would become awkward. Yeah. That's true. This is a nice song, right? When I set out to take on the league, I never thought I'd end up in a place like this. Yo, same. Ooh. Yes, my earthquake killed him. Yo, I'm not even scared, bro. I'm just earthquaking everyone, baby. I don't even care, bro. Earthquake, get out of here. It Ghost Town isn't far from here. Thank you for telling me. Jesus. It's actually annoying. It's actually a cool area. It's bigger than it could have been. I'm from an excavation team. Which way is north again? Oh god, that doesn't sound good. Ooh, a Survivine. Nope. Let me run away! Jesus, Deoxys! Oh, this is so annoying. No, I'm healing up. I'm healing up. I'm freaking healing up. Jesus Christ. There, I healed up. I healed up. Never try to run from Deoxys. What? And Terrakion is fine to... Oh, new Pokemon. This is a new Pokemon. Victor Road Falls is ahead. New Pokemon, new Pokemon. Don't want you. Masquerin, huh? We skipped out on a lot of Pokemon, by the way. There's just too many to choose from. This was Ika's town, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Alright, now we could verse her. Sad. Also, wow. Yes, we got a Gardevoir, so we got rid of Tofu. He's still alive, though. Oh, she doesn't verse you. Oh, that's so tricky. They did that on purpose. I forgot to just Earthquake Terrakion. I'm an idiot. I forgot that Earthquake literally kills him. Oh, it's all tough around the city. That's cool. I'm not twerking. If someone dies, you can bring back Tofu. Yep, exactly. Let's check out this town, though. I might be young, but I think I've got what it takes to beat Herschel. No, that's me. Alright, let's not talk to our rival right now. He's a weirdo. Nah, he's kind of okay. Don't care about that. Oh, she's French. Let's convert stones to shards. One looks up Firestones. Oh, I don't have Firestones. If I get to have a foreign boyfriend, I'll teach him Spanish. I'll do that for love. Can you believe it? Yeah, I could believe that, because you would want to speak Spanish with them. Our entrances to the ruins. What the hell? This is such a cool town. Oh! New Pokemon! Yeah, I don't care about that. Oh, I can catch a Stantler, bro? We only have a few more spots where I could catch Pokemon. I wouldn't have caught that either. You grow 5 inches? I mean 6'9" is my height. No way! You're 6'9"? You feel like stripping? Do whatever you want to do, bro. Another Focus Slash. Let's go! Yo, that literally saved him. Oh, it goes away once it's used. Oh, that's perfect timing. Oh my god, we got so lucky. Whew! Luck. Thanks for the hydrant. It goes Valley. Ooh, we had access to this from the other side. But never from here. Oh, new Pokemon. Wigglytuff's not bad, actually. But I'm so confident in our Pokemon, I'm just gonna run away. It's so weird that Pokemon pop out here, though. I would expect them to be in this grass area. Yeah, farm. Farm? Can I talk to you? Oh my god. I'm gonna catch an unknown for every letter of my alphabet. Okay. Ooh, a Bulbasaur. Ooh, a Lucario. Bye. Ooh, an Infernape. Earthquake is so good. Oh. We're getting a lot of practice in here. Train here. Ah, yeah, that's a good idea. I want to first check out all this stuff. Let's verse all the trainers. I almost used Earthquake. Jesus. Let's use Rock Slide since it hits both of them. And Psychic on Throw. Hey, Throw is gone. He used Earthquake? Jeez. Wait, I'm actually scared of Earthquake. I'm not taking risks. Hey, Psychic killed him. Let's go. We got a long way to reach our max. Yeah, you do. Turkey's revenge. True. You should make a Minecraft server? Nah. No Minecraft server. Minecraft server means I have to watch the server. I have to play on the server sometimes. I don't want to do that stuff. No offense. We should probably come back here for Rock Smash and stuff. They keep running away from me. The good thing is, though, we do have strength. So we could use strength. Which connects these two areas. Ooh. Oh, they don't let us have access to that. Interesting. I love how they block off stuff in this game. It's just so cool. Pidgeotites. I already have that. Please server and make me admin of the server. I run it. Me and Nathan. Yeah, this song is nice. Kanchin kumpi cha cha chupi. That was racist. I'm sorry. Please forgive my behavior. Pokédoll. Regigigas. Jesus Christ. Yeah, a lot of these areas are annoying. We have to come back with like rock climb and all that stuff. I mean, we don't have to, but it's probably preferable. We did pretty much explore everything that we can aside from that, though. Which is kind of cool. I don't think there was... Oh, there was something. Life Orb. We already have those, though. No, for the views and song, it's anarchy, so you won't have to do anything. I feel like I will. I feel like people are going to complain. Nick ran a server, and people were complaining, and he had to do a lot of stuff. I did watch Squid Game. Ching Chang moment. Hey, you can't say that. Why are you laughing, Yesik? That's messed up. What kind of place is this? What the heck? Hey, what's up, bro? Oh, there's supposed to be unknowns here. What the heck? Leftovers! Yes, we got another leftovers. We'll just give it to Ice. Getting a lot of items. It's cool how the champion doesn't like attention. I like that. It's respectable. I will duel with you. Should you feature Lucario? I wish I had Lucario. Nick didn't run it at all until he made mods admin, and he still had people complaining to him. So, no thanks. Maybe in the future. Like, I don't feel like there would be many people that would play on it also, you know? Plus, I want to concentrate on one thing. Or, like, I don't know. I want to concentrate a bit more on Pokemon now. I don't want to worry too much about other stuff. And Twitch and Uber Eats and stuff. Maybe I'll buy one then. Yeah, sounds cool. If I do it, huh? I'll do it in the future. So I'm not gonna like say I'm not gonna do it, but yeah. If I do it, it'll be in the future. Wait, we didn't go there yet. Child, stop running away from me. People act like, what do you say? Knowing how to show something else, but if I could meet anyone, it would have to be Nina. I don't know. And vote people from the. He deleted everything except for reactions. Didn't even say bye to any of us. He didn't say bye? I don't think he streams. He's concentrating on YouTube now. I thought he made an announcement for that, though. So you won't have to do anything, because there'll be no rules? But people will still complain, bro. So, or you guys will ask me to play on it and stuff. And I wouldn't mind playing on it from time to time, but I don't know. Are you ready to ask for his help? Am I ready to ask for his help? Did I explore everything here? I don't think I explored this. Oh yeah, I did. That's where we got focus slash the next. Yeah, I really don't know why he got rid of the Discord. I really don't understand that. I can never see myself getting rid of the Discord, especially if I'm still online. Like if I'm still making YouTube videos and stuff. Like personally, I couldn't do that just because it's Discord is the best way to like come in contact with you guys, you know. So yeah, but I mean I'm not him, so I don't know what his thinking was. I think he wanted. I'm guessing he wanted to start all over. I can't say that like. I understand that feeling of wanting to start all over. But leaving his community is, yeah, it's a bit weird. I don't know. If we keep insisting you to play when you said no, once we don't deserve mod, it was weird. If we won't, I know you guys won't. Other people might. If we keep insisting for you to play when you said no, once we don't deserve mod. Oh, that's what you're saying. No, but you guys wouldn't be the only ones in the server, right? Plus, I have to make money to host the server. I'm not rich, guys. I think he still makes reactions, though. The day I leave, I'll let you guys know for sure. If I do leave. If I do leave. I don't know. Oh, hello. Just one moment. Why, it's Charles AIDS. He forgot our names. What brings you to the town? I see. Huh. I'm afraid my answer is the same. New elders. The answer is no. I like him. He's so straightforward. He has a nice house too. Whoa, look how much he reads. Please do not pester me. Both yourselves and the new elders want this power. That is a fundamental misunderstanding for a relationship. I'm not endorse the misuse of Pokemon for the agenda of humans. That's so cool. I actually kind of like that. That went horribly. We'll have to do this ourselves. Ooh. Ooh, we'll have to go versus the bad guys. You'll leave once you can go back to Japan? Nah. Are you kidding me? If I go back, a plus is cheaper. Yep. If I went back to Japan, I would, I did add it though. It's nice, right? I remembered. If I went back to Japan, I think I would stream in Japan. That being said, if I did leave, obviously I can't say. If I did go back to Japan and I loved it and I stopped streaming and stuff, I'll still keep in contact with you guys from time to time. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows what the future will be. But I have thought, like, if I did go to Japan, I would, like, stream there. But also, like, it's so hard to know what will happen in the future. So, I don't know. We'll still talk to us even without streams, maybe even once in a while. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Once in a while. I'm being honest. I mean, it goes both ways, right? It's hard to keep in contact with everyone. Like, I try to keep in contact with people that I met in Japan, and there's a lot of people I don't keep in contact with just because time zone differences, because everyone's busy. Because, I don't know, everyone just lives on with their lives, you know? That's just how life is. It sucks, but I know there's one group of people I try to keep in contact. Every few months we still talk. People keep saying I've been indoctrinated, but it's not true. Lol. Ping doesn't like us anymore. Says the guy that never comes on the streams. We haven't had a call in a whole ping. In a whole. I was really big friends with people on Nick's SMP, and now I don't even know anything about them. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing that kind of like got irritating with me while streaming. Like, I switch times, and then obviously some people never pop up anymore, and I don't blame them. Whatever. Like, everyone has their own lives, but it's like kind of like frustrating, you know? Or like I don't switch times, or I switch games and people stop showing up, or you know, like. It's not like I'm mad at them. It just feels like sucky, you know, because we invested time into each other, and then like it's just all gone, and then I don't see those people like almost ever. I like Italian, cool. I miss when Dinell and Mills were. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, I mean. The thing is, school started also. So the school season is part of the reason too, I'm sure. And for Dinao, I was streaming like 8 hours back then. So he would come in the last like 3 hours-ish, but he also used to be around more, yeah. I think he got more busy with work and stuff. It's like life just gets in the way. And before Martin and Hear That, yeah. And I get excited when new people come in. And when they stick around, it's cool too. But then, like, most of the time, people just end up, like, leaving. I don't know why. I mean, I'm guessing because of school season. I'm playing games they don't like anymore. And different times. And that's why I want to stick to Pokemon. Because I don't want to switch games again and, like, lose people. But it's for growing on Twitch, but also just, like, for making relationships, like, building relationships and stuff. Warmy and Nathan, ones that are always here. This is me every time I see Lex. Aww. Martin was the time. They actually do their homework. Martin, it's because of the timing. He told me that. I mean, I stream at really late time. The thing is, once or if we get bigger, I'm gonna be streaming a lot longer and streaming like more various things, I think. Our society is indoctrinated, not me. But for now, I feel like I've been trying to do what I've been trying to do, and it's not been working out. So, what the hell? Surprised to see a girl? No, not really. What the? Did he just fly against me? Did a Torchic just fly? Oh, he used mirror move. Where he does the same exact move. What the heck? That's so weird. Yeah, this is a great song. I love the song. Hey Mills! Speaking of Mills, what's up? I don't know, Diego. I see people come and go, right? Me and Nathan are like war veterans that see new guys come and go. I know you are. That's why I said like some people are just in school and stuff. How you doing in school? How's school? Why are you saying, oh my god, Ping? What did I say? I stay here forever. Maybe, maybe not. Nita Reno. You may disagree with our ideology, but we aren't bad people. What? To be fair, that might be true. I don't even know your ideology. Yo, I don't even need to train because all my guys are going up levels just versing these guys. I think I'll be able to go into the Elite Four without training much, which is really cool. I like that. I stay here too. Nah, you're not really here anymore. Hi, Diego. Poopy. I feel like sometimes Ping replies to things that were never commented. That's possible. I don't know. My brain moves on to one, like it connects things. So if we were talking about something, then my brain is gonna think of how it connects to another thing. Like right now, like no one talked about this, and now I'm talking about it. Wow, indeed. And I'm a weirdo. Yeah, that too. That's why I'm kind of excited for the future, or not excited, but like I think in the future, like when I'm gonna be streaming more, we'll see old faces pop in more often. Because I do want to stream earlier hours in the future, but right now it's just not really possible. I'm too small of a streamer, you know, of a YouTuber, of an Uber Eats employee or contractor. Huh. Let's actually get chest out here. Hydro pump. That could have been bad. Let's see how much earthquake. Earthquake is so much better than his move. First guy to get level 60. Let's go. Hammer arm. Do we teach him hammer arm? It's actually a pretty good move. We could take out Shadow Claw too. He's gonna have insane moves. It's just the accuracy is a bit low, but do we take out Shadow Claw? Yeah, let's take out Shadow Claw. Wait, I just wanna see something real quick. I think we have someone else with Shadow Claw, right? Yeah, okay. Aladdin 2 has Shadow Claw. Uber Eats is so bad, at least in Mexico has a job. Yeah, people complain in New York too. That's why I'm saying I need to get better on... Like, before I can move out, I have to get my Twitch and YouTube moving. I've been here for more than 1 hour tonight. Have you actually? Yeah, but that's rare. Listen, I'm not saying it's good or bad, you know? I understand that people have their own lives and they have school and they have like I understand all of this. Like I'm just stating like what I see, you know? You are weird. Diego and Yesek and Mills come to stream tomorrow. People gonna do 50 push-ups. Oh yeah. It's not Diego's birthday yet. Diego's birthday is on that holiday. You can barely pay the gas for the car. What do you win money from? Ads or subs? What do I win money from? Wait, what do you mean? You can barely pay. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, well I bike. I do Uber Eats bike, so well I was doing. I don't even know how to drive. I don't have a license, so that costs more money. I'm not getting a car. Cars are expensive. You gotta pay insurance, then you gotta pay for the gas bill. You gotta pay. Like, it's just too much. I'm not about that life. Money comes from subs. Ads give virtually nothing. Which is why they're not... Like, I don't really like ads because they give virtually nothing and they're ads for you guys. So it's annoying to you guys and annoying to me, you know? You don't need a license in New York. Nathan's birthday is in... a few hours. Well, what time? I guess in like 2 hours, right? Yeah, it's not rare for people in New York to not have licenses. At least I don't think it's rare. I could be wrong, but I'll try to go with. I want to do the double battle. You chose the wrong day to be exploring. I'm not exploring. Jesus, those Pokemon suck. He tried to sound cool and then he's using those sucky Pokemon. Let's go with flamethrower here. Oh, this is so easy. We're gonna take down some random hiking kid. You can go on hiking. I'm not hiking. I'll take the Happy Zero from the and give it to Miss Universe flashbacks. Lol. Oh, that was funny. With that actor, what's his name? Or not actor, that comedian. Oh, there's so much area here. I feel so lost. I don't like when I could get lost because I'm actually like a lose like. Oh, that's her children. That's not her actual children, right? I'm afraid you shan't be here for it. I trust nobody more than 3 elder knights to guard the stuff. Oh, she doesn't trust her own people. Regigigas. No, I wanted to verse all the other guys. I don't want to verse you yet. I won't let it happen. Pong won't. Oh, we might lose a Pokemon here. Song's from Brazil. It was very popular in Peru a long time ago. Ah, cool. She has 6 Pokemon. Level 52, Jesus. Let's use Rock Slide here. Confuse Ray could be annoying, which is why I didn't change. Or I didn't do anything there. I didn't even get to heal my Pokemon up. Oh. Thankfully, these Pokemon suck. We're actually so lucky we have the typing. Hey, Timmy! Long time no see. How are ya? How's life, bro? Why has it been so long? I'll extreme stretch after this battle. Let me just demolish her. Cloister. Let's get Leah to get some XP here. Oh, he had a focus slash. Oh, and he had spikes. That would have been useful if you used you first. Roserade. I'm gonna go out even though spikes is there. Oh yeah, spikes might not even. Poetic. The old lady defeated by a child. Extreme stretch. Ayo. Oh, my back cracked. I'm moving the butt. You just can't see me move it. LGBT pink. Let's go. Oh. Oh, PT. Physical therapy? How's it been? Oh, it's been good because I got to stretch, bro. It's been bad because you haven't been here and I've been crying every night thinking, where's Timmy? That's been good. How have you been? Have you been doing your GTA roleplay? Or you're like way over that? Nice going, Pong. But her salamence. It's a shame. Wait, she didn't have a salamence? You're talented. My salamence does indeed know molten rays. Oh, damn. Don't believe everything you read, young one. The elders detailed the technique. It's the very same tome Pong had. It should never have ended up in the library. The book and the idol found their way to me! The universe likes me. Oh, this is so cool. Consume the revival herb. I'm sorry, I have to put the music up for a second. We'll have to hear this, bro. I've been playing it a lot more. Hey, nice. Just finished my homework. Hey, nice. Thanks for popping in, bro. Let's see if this looks cool. Oh, come on. You couldn't show it to us? It's like the coolest part of the game. That still looks cool. Pretty cool. 2 hours till birthday. Let's go. The song's paused. Don't worry. Yes. She did it, but where did she go? She's like freaking Batman. She disappears all the time. Alright, we can put the music back. Hey, you got a new dog. Nice. His name is 7? How old is he? I owe you both an explanation. Morgana uses molten... Ooh, he has an Alakazam. She will have been transported to the chamber of Gaia. It's a prison. Its purpose is to keep Regigigas dormant. This is so cool. They built it to protect Orbis from the earthquakes. Normally, the chamber is inaccessible. The seal can be broken. When the seal is broken, the key tablet transports the holder to the chamber. How can we chase her? She doesn't have the only one. Legend has it there are 3 separate pieces of a second tablet. I think I'll know where the pieces are. It was in a book the professor gave me. Oh, nice.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very bad.
He's 5 months old. See you next time. Let me stay. Monkey do okay. Thank you.
Triple.
Oh, God. Really? We got some new rewards, by the way. We only have two beans after this. We have another pack, though. I think we got the booger one, too. This is nasty. Wait, what the hell? We could teleport to the tablets? Can I go heal up first? Jesus. Oh, they're all healed up. Oh. Oh, yeah, they're defending it. Oh, that's so cool. We saw this in the beginning of the game. This is so cool. This is so cool. Yeah, they're nasty. They're nasty, but I got used to them. Because I eat them so many times. I'm pretty sure I got booger. Combined with, like, barf and something else. Ugh. Thank you. Do we train our guys more? This feels like the Elite Four in a weird way. I love how we beat the big boss, and now we're gonna verse like the underlings. And now chess is actually around the same level as everyone else. We could train everyone else, but let's not. I will have to destroy you! Earthquake. Aw. Strength. Earthquake. Hey! I kill everything with Earthquake! Oh. Oh, that was actually scary. Is it gonna use Solar Beam? Pedal Storm. I should have changed that right away. That was really dumb by me. I got the new Forza and Battlefield 2042. Hey, nice! How is the new Battlefield? And the new Forza, I guess. Jesus. That Pokemon is actually a bit annoying. Let's go back to Savior, though, because he's a Savior. And just freaking Earthquake the hell out of them. Kakuna. Kakuna Matata. Bye. Pidgeot. Oh my god, Savior is actually a beast. He flinched. Did I really miss? No, don't miss. Don't miss. Yes, let's go. If the other two hold their posts, Morgana can still succeed. Morgana is a fool. With Regice, I could have destroyed you, but she insisted on saying, oh, we have to verse all the Regis. Unless it's randomized. Oh, that could be scary, actually. Let's touch it. Ooh, I found a piece. That was cool. Why wouldn't she just hide the piece? Let's go back to the house. Cheers. That's a new one. We just added that 2 days ago, I think. You like that? It's cool, right? I'll tell you in 3 days for Battlefield, but Forza's fun as fuck. Nice, hell yeah. I joined the volleyball team at my school and we won first. Hell yeah, bro, let's go! Hey, IQ Plus, let's go! It's all good news all around. Alright, before we verse this one, I think we have to heal up our guys again, yeah. Savior is actually insane. He's gonna get to level 60. Why do you IQ minus? Oh yeah, that's how you do IQ, by the way. It looks like you forgot a bit, which is fine, of course, but... I wasn't ready for the picture. You've meddled for too long. You're going down, Enoch. Perfect, Earthquake. Wait, what? Do you not die to Earthquake? Oh. Let's use Flamethrower. Get out of here! I haven't been... Yeah, you haven't been here in a while. You feel like dancing? This is dance music. Jesus, it's been 7 months? Well, that's for the month. That's for the month, Timmy. If you want to see the every month's like watch hours, the top watch hours, you can check out the Reddit, and you'll see it there. But yeah, it's a lot of XP. Gujar will go down to Dragon Pulse, please. No, no! Oh! Critical hit? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Jesus, too much damage. Who do we change to? Every time you come back, Diego. I've been here for 8 months too. Oh wow. Yeah, you did get mad and leave. I told you not to. Always have bad moments. No, you're creating the bad... No, I'm joking, yeah. It's always bad moments. Dragon doesn't kill chests, so we should be fine here. Jesus, it still does a lot of damage. Oh, that was close. Imagine we lost Seahorse. Wait, don't even imagine it. I don't really want to use Woodhammer, but it killed it because it gives so much recoil. Charmeleon. Okay, let's heal up. I'm not taking risks here. He's still alive. That could have been bad. I think it's his last Pokemon. Level 52. That's freaking high. Oh, he still has Sock. You're faster, though? I am faster, but if he crit me and I didn't one hit KO, then it could have been bad, Diego. That's why I changed that. June 2021 is the last time I was here. No way. That was the last time you were here for a while, to be on the top like 10 or top 20 or whatever. But you were here after that. But yeah. What happened? You don't like me, Timmy? Aladdin 1. Yeah, Aladdin 1's great. 19 hours, nice. Following for 1 week? Oh yeah, because you always unfollow. This is a cool like song. Shit, I forgot what the Pokemon coming out now is. Oh, what's the next Pokemon? Oh, it was Sock. I think it was Sock. He's a fighting type, so he does so psychic and flying. Let's get Leah some XP here. Leah needs some XP, you know what I'm saying? You haven't been on Twitch. Ah. Just living life differently, yeah? Ugh, why he had to use Endure? Endure the hit, bro. He's dead, it doesn't matter. Get out of here! If only I had Regirock. Oh, they're all hating on her. They're all hating on the boss. What if they turn on the boss last second? That would be interesting. Let's go to the Laleep. Dog or cat? Dog. You can put more music if you want. Your music is fine here. Unless you're saying you're going to sleep. Hey, 8 months, 3 weeks. Dog face, baby. It's hard to tell, I guess, yeah. Oh, this is so cool because throughout the whole game we were here. We came to these different areas, you know? Like this game. Oh, we have to heal up. Nope. I thought it heals up automatically for a second. Nope, we're gonna go heal up. Outside, inside, out. Viva la vida loca. Who wants to play Minecraft? Alright, what's up, Alakazam? Let's go to Laleep. Come on. Seems you've a knack for escaping tracks. This time there'll be no trickery. I will bury you. This guy actually looks cool. Excuse me. Die. Stop enduring all the hits. Oh my god. Keldeo. Keldeo is legendary, no? But he's not that powerful. He dies from Psychic. Let's get Leah some XP here. Antarctica? Never heard of that song. The same. Make you go insane. Oh yes, one hit KO after a Swords Dance. Thank God. We don't have any fighting moves to take out Miltank. So we'll just have to hit it hard with like a Aladdin flamethrower. I think this will do a lot of damage. Okay, I'm in. 2-hit KO. Salamence. Yo, Ice. You got this. Imagine it Mega Evolves. Oh, it didn't Mega. Oh, I'm an idiot! He had flamethrower. We got so much. He crit and we still survived. Oh. If you don't like it, you can skip it. Okay. Oh my god, that was so dumb. That was so dumb, but we survived, so it's fine. Let's... No! I didn't think! Oh my god! Savior! He's supposed to be the savior! Are you serious? I'm actually an idiot. See you guys next time.
I got too cocky.
Monkey do bad, he do bad, monkey do very bad, very bad.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
I don't deserve to raise the rest of these Pokemon. You ruined it with Monkey. Well, you didn't ruin it. I just don't know how to. I have to fix that. I'm actually an idiot. I'm actually an idiot. I'm so stupid. I'm. He was carrying, and he was like almost level 62. The monkey. Oh, you didn't see the monkey, right? You could put it next time, and it'll pop up. Oh my god! All I needed it to do was change into Leah and Psychic for the last freaking Pokemon. And what do? I do something stupid. Tofu moment. Of course it had flamethrower, yeah, but we survive. I know the song. I need a Registeel. Shut up! I'm actually an idiot. Oh my god. And he probably had an item too. He had soft sand. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Savior. You are literally our savior. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Savior. You were our savior. We would have made it all the way, but I'm an idiot. And that's what you guys watch for, I guess. Jesus Christ. Good news, Tofu is back. Oh my god. What was it? The fourth Pokemon. Stupid! There we go. Jesus. KFC is next. True, KFC is next, actually. Add Tofu. Oh yeah, Tofu is... He's level 51 too, so we don't need to train him that much, which is kind of nice. But Jesus, why am I such an idiot? I want to train. I want to train now. I want to stop the stream right now, but no, we're gonna. I feel like an idiot. We'll train you. We'll get Tofu up a couple of levels. All right, we need to. This is the least we could do. Unless we kill him too, because I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I thought he died for a second because I fast forwarded. He ran away. Oh my god, Dragonair scaring the hell out of me. Oh. Why am I such an idiot? It was a Halucha though, too. It's because I said Mexican, remember that one time or something? And so he killed me. Is this even a good place to train? I don't know where to train you, bro. We gotta get him to level 55 at least. Jeez. And then Ice to like level 57. Now we gotta get them all to level 57 maybe? I think that's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling level 57, 57, 57. I think that would be good. Was this your song? This is your song, Timmy? You big pee-pee head. I was a big pee-pee head, though. Hey, what's up, Death? It's been a while. How are you?
Hello there.
How is life? Everyone comes in right after I lose a Pokemon. Cut your stream for once. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Well, I made a thing to myself. I'm gonna stream 5 hours from Monday to Thursday. So, yeah. Expect me to be here every Monday to Thursday at the same times. So we have like half an hour left for this stream, but yeah. I want to stream. I'm gonna stream more once we get a bit bigger, but yeah. Bye, Diego. Bye-bye. It has been a while. How are you, Depth? The song's aight. I just burped the stupid jelly bean. That's the worst thing. I already started getting used to the taste. But burping it is so nasty, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we could just... Yeah, flamethrower works very well here. Actually, in my class right now. But I wasn't listening since it's also PD. Oh, okay. Are you physically in class or it's online? It's only PE. True. Are you PEing around or are you... It's interesting how they made Victory Road like in this area. I kind of like it. It's like in the town but separated also. All right, can we like get a Pokemon? There we go. It was an okay song. Online class? Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, we got him to level 53. Only like 4 more levels. Pasado. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, let's keep going. It keeps lagging. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete the underwater thing. Actually, I don't know if we'll use it. I'll just keep it. Been busy quite recently since I was drafting a house in CAD. CAD? Canada? Canada, I mean? Metang? Oh yeah, I can't catch it since it's a Nuzlocke, you know? We already ran into our Pokemon here, and it wasn't Metang. Why don't they pop up frequently? Like in the water, they don't pop up frequently in this game. I freaking love volleyball, but I don't play it. I suck at it. I played it before, but I guess I'll train where Nathan was mentioning earlier also. Not against the Tyrant though. But I love Haikyuu, if that means anything. Jesus, these Pokemon are terrible to train against. Maybe here? That's better. They're only level 25s, though. We'll go tough, me beloved. Computer-aided drafting. Oh, okay. How did that go? That sounds interesting. I don't exactly know what it is, but I'll tell you it does sound interesting. Let's use the Lava Plume. Thank you for the follow, Shrek.
Thanks for the follow.
Arigatou gozaimasu. As they say in Japan.
Is now following.
Okay, we just gotta train him a bit more levels. Ooh, Beach Reliant. Nah! Wow, indeed. Do we run away? Hey, we can run away. Hello! Hello! Welcome to the stream. Yeah, welcome. We're just chilling here with some music. And, we just lost one of our best Pokemon. Because I'm an idiot. So I'm a bit depressed. But other than that, we're just chilling. Can I run away? Run away, run away. Okay, I'm not losing another Pokemon, okay? I'm not losing another freaking I'm not losing another Pokemon. I can't practice here. Jesus Christ. There's freaking no. I can't. Oh my god. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We're flying out of here. Jesus Christ. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. But yeah, we're playing we're playing a new Pokemon ROM hack, doing a Nuzlocke, Pokemon Gaia. And yeah, we're basically all about Pokemon Nuzlockes and just Pokemon games on this channel and community games from time to time. I'm a civil engineering college student. I know that. That's why I'm drafting a house. Yeah, but I just don't I don't know what a cat is. That's all. You've told me before. Now that Pokemon survived. Oh, F to the previous Pokemon that died? Yes, for sure. Okay, let's train in Telmerk. Telmerk doesn't have crazy level Pokemon, but they're not that low from what I remember. So it should be okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, bro. I remember things sometimes. This actually might be a better area to... Ooh, maybe not. Oh, Rock Climb kills him. What kind of Pokemon are you after now? This is my last song for real? Okay. You can put more... Anyone is more than welcome to put songs, including you, Shrek, if you're still here. Yeah. What kind of Pokemon am I after? I'm not after any Pokemon, really. I just want to get XP and not die, like, easily. That's the type of Pokemon I'm after, I guess. I want to see how much Flamethrower does. Ooh, Flamethrower kills him. I'm basically trying to get Tofu to around level 57. Oh, there's a Staraptor here. Ooh, Staraptor gives decent XP. Or, I mean, 50... Yeah, 57-ish. I need him to get to around level 57. I want all my guys to be around level 57 before moving on. Because we just lost the guy that was, like, level 58. And he was, like, a beast. So, yeah. You get one shot every time. Oh! Dialga? Dead. Let's go. Yeah, I'm one-shotting them. I want to one-shot them, you know? I don't want to get one-shot all the time. I do get one-shot from time to time, though. It's because I, like, super... I'll be playing, right? And I'm just demolishing, like, every Pokemon... Are you serious? You gotta be kidding me. Well, it's only level 27. Okay. I'll be, like, demolishing every Pokemon, right? And then, like, I get cocky, and I'm just like, oh, I don't pay attention to the types for 1 second, and I lose a Pokemon. Because that's how Nuzlockes are, man. They're freaking scary. That's how they are. I think this place was not... This place had Rayquaza. Gengar might be... Yeah, Gengar's fine to train against as well. Fortress... Fortress is fine as well. I know, it's sad. But you know what? We're doing well now. He's not leveling up as fast as I want him to, though. Oh, right, there's Rayquaza. He used rest? Really? Well, bye. Why are you still alive? Oh, there we go. Jesus. Oh my god. There's like... These typings are, like, terrible. Oh... He's gonna... Ancient powered. I completely forgot that legendaries, almost like so many legendaries, especially... Oh my god, they have ancient power. I'm so happy I'm higher level. I could have screwed up so many times already today. Let's train here. Oh, there's a bunch of Lucarios here and stuff. I think the Pokemon here will give good XP. Since when is Quagsire? Oh, I was thinking of a different area. I didn't realize there's so many Quagsires. They don't give much XPs though. And Mudshot's a bit annoying. Oh, there we go. We need more Breloom. Breloom is perfect. Good amount of XP. Breloom. What else can you ask for? Quagsire domination. Yeah, apparently. Look at him. I shouldn't use Rock Climb. It's such a dumb move. I don't know why they made it a normal type in this game. Getting to bed? Alright. It was very nice seeing ya. Good night, Jessica. This is from an anime. Amazing song. From, From Code Geass. Jesus, I forgot for a second. Thanks for popping in, bro. You need to pop in more often. I mean, you don't need to, but you know. It would be appreciated. It's nice having you around, Jasik. Have a good one. Oh, we should dive here to gain access to this thing. Goodbye. Okay, here, here is where we bring the diving boy, okay? Why, you might ask? Actually, no, we need the flying boy also. It's pretty obvious, but we're gonna dive right now. And I think we'll be Gucci. I think we gain access to the... What the hell? There's a free diver. I don't... Let's use Seahorse here. I'll do my best. Hey, I love that. I love that meme. What is that called? The cat bongo thing, bongo. Bongo cat. Literally bongo cat. Lapras. Lapras. Isaemo. Get out of here, Glugger. Lillipup. Okay. Whoa. Oh, what? I thought that was gonna link to that other area. Okay, that's weird. So we don't get access to that until we have Waterfall. Bongo Cat. Yep. Layak is such a cool Pokemon. Oh, Leah? I know, right? We just caught Leah, like, kind of recently, too. Like, Leah hasn't been with us since the beginning. But, you know, still cool. I agree. Ooh, Inferno! Jesus. 50 accuracy? Look, when I do 150 accuracy, that leaves with a burn when I have Flamethrower. Nope. Don't need that move. Could be useful in very small circumstances. Yeah, we need him at... Well, I want him at 57. Once he's at 57, we train Leah to 57. And then we go back to... unless... I don't know if we have to train... I think we have to train Ice also. He's like level 56. 55. Yeah, he's the weakest in terms of leveling. 明かしたこともある冷たくしてもある寄り添う気持ちがあればいいのさそれにしてみりゃこれで最後のlady My vice principal at one of my schools that I was in Japan told me about this song, and then I freaking fell in love with it for some reason. And I played it like at karaoke. And like people would stare at me like, why does this random foreigner know this Japanese song? And it's like an older song. Well, it's not that old of a song, but... It's not like the famous foreigner Japanese song, that's why. You love the diversity in my playlist? Thank you. Well, I mean, my playlist was mostly Japanese songs, so I was kind of like, so I took them out and I added some of the songs I liked when I was younger. But I mean, it's a lot of the songs that have been being played are people putting music, so which is also great. The only type of music I'm really not too into, he's level 57, is rap. I don't know why. It's just not my thing. I kind of feels bad, man, but not really. Hey, Rayquaza? I just don't want to verse Rayquaza right now. I don't want to think about type effectiveness and stuff and what moves he might have. Oh, I forgot. Thunderbolt does not affect Quagsire. There's so many Pokemon now. Okay, let's just verse Quagsire. 1 hour. Let's go. Your birthday's coming up. Unfortunately, we won't be streaming on your birth. Well, we will be, but not the second it hits your birthday. But are you excited? Sounds really cool. Yeah, thank you. Ooh, Icicle Crash is actually perfect against Rayquaza. He's gonna love. Oh yes, give me more Rayquazas. Level 56. I wish we still had experience share, but we lost that when someone I was using died with it. Come on, use it. Yes, you didn't get confused. The baby. Shadow Claw is probably better here because of accuracy. I wonder how much Icicle. Ooh, Icicle Crash is like just good. That's Shadow Claw. Yeah, and hi. You are excited? Hell yeah. It's an exciting age. What are you? You're turning 16? Right? Baby. Sticking in your side. I don't know if that's an exciting age. It does seem like older. I remember when I turned like 16, I was like, ooh, I'm getting older. And then I turned 17, I'm like, ooh, I'm kind of almost an adult. Then I was like 18 and I was like, okay. Maybe we train them to 58. Nah, 57 should be fine. I don't know, it's just an arbitrary number, but I feel good about it. So this is actually really cool. We have access now to almost everything in the game. The only thing is Ignis Roost. Rimewood Forest we didn't have access to, which I don't know why the game didn't give us access to it. I remember there were people blocking it. Wait, you're turning 15? Oh. So why did I think you were turning 16? I thought you were 15 right now. I thought you were the same age as my brother. I thought you turned 15 last year. Am I wrong? That's kind of crazy. We know each other for like a year, over a year, or something. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy. Let's go to Ecos Town. Heal up our guys and freaking get ready for the battle of the century. Me who feels old at 19. Yeah, you're still young, bro. Me who feels old at 24. Nah, I don't really feel old though. I mean, do I feel old? Nah, I don't feel old. We have to recover the 3 pieces. Oh, I forgot to... I'm such an idiot. I literally forgot to recover the last piece. Because we lost our Pokemon, I just completely forgot. Let's change the background. Okay. Oh, there we go. I've retrieved all points. He obtained the idol. The elders implemented one final failsafe. It's all the way in Kato Surf Island. Only one of us can chase him. You have a lot of experience with new elders. I can't think of a better candidate. You've defeated her twice already. True! Yeah, let's go straight there, baby. Let's do this, baby! My birthday's at the end of the year, so I'll always be the youngest. Ah. That's true. Unless you start... Yeah, that's like my cousin's exactly the same. His birthday's November 20th, so... I get... Well, I get that. There's no telling what you'll find on the other side. Are you ready? Oh, am I ready? This is endgame, baby. Whoa! Lava! Your persistence astounds me. It astounds me too. I'm like chasing an old woman around. It's almost admirable. Okay, I'm kind of curious what type of music they use here. Isn't this like basic mountain music? We have collectively lost our way. Modernity is a plague on humanity and Pokemon alike.
We keep ourselves distracted with pointless frivolities. Pokemon battles, Pokemon contests, even the Pokemon League, it's all useless. But there was a time it was different. The elders revered Pokemon.
Then why do you have Pokemon? She's probably gonna say to have power over, like, to be, I don't know.
Pokemon weren't merely pets. But today and here, I will force the modern world to respect them. You, however, will die.
This music is awesome. We're not gonna fast forward through any of this battle. I say that now, but we'll see what happens. Ooh, Venusaur. Perfect! You're gonna go down to our icicle crash. Think pedal dance is gonna do anything? Dancing like a weirdo? Jesus, that did a lot of damage. Maybe we should have trained our guy to like level 60? Let's go! One hit KO, baby. Let's go. Get out of here, stupid Venus. We're doing so much damage on our girl. Larvitar. Oh, thankfully. It's a Larvitar. I could use Surf on it, right? We're gonna use Surf here. Venusaur is real cute. Venusaur is ugly. Sorry. Surf the hell out of that Larvitar. I think Venusaur is ugly. That's just my personal opinion. Like, he's cool. I think he's cool. He was my first starter, I think, ever. But he's ugly. Slurpuff. What the hell's a Slurpuff? I think I know what it is. I'm just gonna look it up just in case. Yo, that fairy type keeps popping out. Like, Jesus. We don't have any poison or steel moves. Who do we change to? Fairy hits chest, fairy hits seahorse. We could change into Aladdin or Mega Ball. Will that be enough to take it out, though? Probably not, but we'll try it. We'll frickin' try our bestest. We're gonna flamethrower for some stab damage. Mega Evolve, baby! Look at that Mega Evolution. Just like the real games. Come on. Flamethrower! Get out of here! Look at that HP. Down to 0, baby. Let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah. What's next? We're sweeping through this. We're not making any mistakes this time. Oh, 59. You're a freaking beast. Drowsy. We could stick with him and use the Shadow Claw. That's what we're gonna do. Slurpuff is just Nurse Joy, but Pokemon Rouge. That's actually true. I didn't even pay attention to that. Okay, Flamethrower might actually kill, but we'll go for super effective damage? I don't even know if that's smart. We're gonna do it anyway. Yes! Get out of here, Drowsy. Get out of here. Hunter. Not even a Gengar? Her last Pokemon's a Hunter. Bro, you're going down, Whammon. Not because you're a Whammon. Because you're a bad guy. Hell yeah, get out of here. Hell yeah, bro. Oh my god. After losing 3 Pokemon this run. Feels good, man. Let's get our music back in. Fine, I was hoping I'd defeat you and give you a chance to run to your mother for the end. But he refused to go home. You shall be Regigigas's first... Oh, Jesus. Look how big he is. That's what she said.
Lend me your strength.
Yo, this is so cool.
Awaken once more.
Forbear yourself. I have Master Balls. Wait, can I Master Ball him?
In the presence of the Titans 3.
Let's put the music back on, actually. Really? There's no epic music here?
Regigigas, end your slumber.
There we go. Oh! What a big boy.
With the Titans and Regigigas, I'm unstoppable.
Wait, is she gonna verse the Is she gonna use the Regis and Regigigas? Oh, they're randomized. Intense gamering. They're randomized though. Oh my god, we got so lucky. Alright, we're gonna change into Aladdin here. Since Ice is already injured. Oh, that could have been bad if they were the... Oh, he uses Nasty Plot. Thankfully, I think we'll one-hit KO Drowsy. I wonder if Regigigas will be randomized. Maybe this is not the best game to randomize. It is what it is, though. Come on, Aladdin 2. You're carrying this team. If you die, I'm gonna cry. Especially before the champion. You gotta get to the champion at least, you know? I think we'll be okay, though. Look at that HP. Get out of here. Hell yeah. Who's next? Who's freaking next? Pidove. You have a Pidove. What a loser. Oh, I could kill you with so— you know what? Let's go with Leah and Thunderbolt here, since Ice took some damage. She has 4 Pokemon though, so there's definitely supposed to be the 3 Reggies and Regigigas. That's actually kind of funny. Oh, thank God it wasn't. I mean, if it— I might return to this game in a long time and use you know, not randomize it, because I think it would be harder. Well, I mean, we're getting really lucky with the randomizer right now. Heat more. Really lucky. Really, really lucky. Look at this. You're not new. Let's go. Seahorse, you're a freaking horse. Just surf on him. Yeah. Show him that boys are awesome. Show him. He didn't die? He's only using stockpile though. Yeah, I am getting really lucky. I'm getting really lucky and I'm still making dumb mistakes. Sometimes. Okay, Heatmore should be dead now though. Hell yeah. Last Pokemon, Regigigas. Hippo done. Regigigas would be annoying too because we don't have any fighting moves. Oh no, we do! We have a fighting move on our starter. I actually forgot about that. I'm an idiot. I have to remember that for the future. We got Hammer Arm on him, I'm pretty sure. We have good type effectiveness overall. I completely forgot about that though. This won't one-hit KO, I think. Yeah. Earthquake! Seahorse. It's just Earthquake. You'll be fine, but it's freaking Earthquake. Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh. Surf. Get the hell out of here, you stupid hippo. Oh, that worked this time. I still lost all my life dedicated to this moment, only to be usurped by a child. Yeah, that is kind of sad. That you lost to a kid, bro. And you lost to Ping Pong Moosters out of any kid. Like one of the worst players ever. I will still win. The Titans fled. Oh, this is interesting. Brian do be singing. True. What? What happened? Where did the Titans go? Why is it dormant? What did you do? Ooh, police officers! There's actually police officers in this game. That's actually cool. I did as the elders intended. Using the power of the Cano Surf Lock. Oh, that's so cool. You're simply deranged fanatics. Yo, what a cool guy. Yo, I'm telling you, every like champion of every region is just so cool. Even though he looks a bit funny, his beard. You have proven yourself more times than anyone could ask for. What a nice guy! This is the number the universe chose me! It's such an anime thing to do. To talk while we're walking away. Hey, we got regular music back. Which means we get your guys' music back. The bravery you've exhibited is nothing short of heroic. I won't forget your name, thank you. Orbis is finally safe again. Of course, the Elder Knights are missing in action, but without a unifying leader, their infighting will probably go away. That's a good thing to like for the next game if they do like a update or something. We don't know where they went. I believe one final challenge awaits you. The Pokemon League. I'll meet you at the peak. I suppose you'll need this to get here. Hey, waterfall. Thank you. Oh no. Do I have to verse him again? How many times have we versed him? Now look at us. Look at you. You're a true hero. More like your rival. I finally got... Ooh, he got all 8 badges. He's gonna... Ooh, I just got chills. Catch you at the top. Okay, I'm gonna have to verse him up there. Okay, that makes more sense. That do be making more sense. I don't want to train my guys right now. Let's see how much... Water... Fire... Air... The 4 elements. Let's see how much... Waterfall does 80 damage. It does 80 physical damage, which is frustrating. I mean, we could take out agility. I haven't been using Brine at all, which is really dumb. because I could use Brine, and it's so powerful. So we're gonna take out agility for now. We haven't really been using agility either. Let's freaking waterfall, baby! We have access to other areas too, but... Oh, he's gonna want to verse me. What a cool looking area. We're gonna do that tomorrow though. We have 5 minutes left for the stream, so we're just gonna train our guys a bit. I don't feel like they need training, to be completely honest. So do we verse him? What do we do? What should we do? Let's actually go buy some items, sell some items, see what we could do here. Because we could use items in this run, so. Let's get rid of Revive. Let's get rid of Revival Herb. I had Nugget. I don't know what a lot of these items do. The Regals... Jeez, we have 5 Regal Stones now? We have to get a Regal Stone to evolve Seadra. Into Kingdra. Huh. I mean, we don't need 3 Pidgeotites. Oh, they don't... She doesn't buy it. God damn it. Green Scarf. I like how I didn't run out of space in my bag, too. Because that gets annoying in some games. Yeah, it looks like we can't really do much more there. We don't need to buy more Ultra Balls. We have access to freaking 2 Master Balls that we got, surprisingly. So we'll buy... Let's buy 27 Hyper Potions. No, let's make it 69. There we go. Perfect number. Jeez, we have $200,000. Wait, I'm stupid. Let's buy some full restores then. Full reheal. The hell's that? Full heal is kind of useless, but we'll buy. Actually, it's not. Let's buy 15 of them. Jesus, we have so much money. It's so cool how we had to verse her like 4 times, the boss of the bad guys, and we kept beating her, and she just kept versing us. It's just so weird. Let's see. Oh my god, it feels so weird without Savior on the team. We have too many guys that die by rock now, but it is what it is. Chest is finally not over-leveled, kind of. Let's see what types we have. We have ground, grass, fighting, dragon, water, fire. Like, I think we could cover pretty much everything. I am so rich, right? But yeah. Damn, that was good timing. Because we're going to finish the game up tomorrow. Before we finish, let's actually try to use Waterfall in some other areas. Ooh, to get to Kato and Atsail City, I think we needed it to access something. Wait, what the heck? Oh, we have to dive. Alright, let's go get dive and do this real quick. I'm kind of curious to see what's there. Because it might be a new area. Since we have access to some areas. Let's put Tofu back in here. Yeah, let's go in there. I didn't think we would be using Tofu, but I should have known that we would die because I'm an idiot.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do bad.
Why am I purple monkey?
Bad, very bad.
Okay, let's see what this leads to. Ooh. Stone Edge. Oh, that's actually pretty decent. What else? Okay, so this we had... Oh, we didn't have access to. No, we had access to. Yeah, we had access to this before. Let's see what this cave leads to. Ooh! Agronite! We don't need that. That was kind of cool. Alright, it's been officially... We never went to Rimewood Forest also. We might go to Rimewood Forest, check that out. If we get access to it, it might be post-game content. We'll try to see that, and then we'll head to the Victory Road tomorrow. So thanks for watching, guys. It has been 5 hours. We're going to come back tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. As always, schedule is on Twitch. It's on Discord. We're going to... Yeah, the cave didn't have anything. The cave just had a Agronite. We're gonna... But I think there was probably a cave or two that had waterfall that we could have used. We're going to finish the game tomorrow. Possibly start a shiny lock tomorrow. You know, trying to play only with a shiny. And yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a great night or day. And happy birthday to you, Nathan, in like less than an hour.